The Age of Reason, Volume 4, by Thomas Paine, 1737 to 1809. Chapter 3, Conclusion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. In the former part of the Age of Reason, I have spoken of the three frauds, mystery, miracle, and prophecy, and as I have seen nothing in any of the answers to that work that in the least affects what I have there said upon those subjects, I shall not encumber this second part with additions that are not necessary. I have spoken also in the same work upon what is called revelation, and have shown the absurd misapplication of that term to the books of the Old Testament and the New. For certainly revelation is out of the question in reciting anything of which man has been the actor or the witness. That which man has done or seen needs no revelation to tell him he has done it or seen it, for he knows it already, nor to enable him to tell it or to write it. It is ignorance or imposition to apply the term revelation in such cases, yet the Bible and Testament are classed under this fraudulent description of being all revelation. Revelation, then, so far as the term has relation between God and man, can only be applied to something which God reveals of his will to man. But though the power of the Almighty to make such a communication is necessarily admitted, because to that power all things are possible, yet the thing so revealed, if anything ever was revealed, and which, by the by, it is impossible to prove, is revelation to the person only to whom it is made. His account of it to another is not revelation, and whoever puts faith in that account puts it in the man from whom the account comes, and that man may have been deceived, or may have dreamed it, or he may be an impostor and may lie. There is no possible criterion whereby to judge of the truth of what he tells, for even the morality of it would be no proof of revelation. In all such cases the proper answer should be, when it is revealed to me, I will believe it to be revelation, but it is not and cannot be incumbent upon me to believe it to be revelation before. Neither is it proper that I should take the word of man as the word of God, and put man in the place of God. This is the manner in which I have spoken of revelation in the former part of the Age of Reason, and which, whilst it reverentially admits revelation as a possible thing, because, as before said, to the Almighty all things are possible, it prevents the imposition of one man upon another, and precludes the wicked use of pretended revelation. But though, speaking for myself, I thus admit the possibility of revelation, I totally disbelieve that the Almighty ever did communicate anything to man, by any mode of speech, in any language, or by any kind of vision or appearance, or by any means which our senses are capable of receiving, otherwise than by the universal display of himself in the works of the creation, and by that repugnance we feel in ourselves to bad actions and disposition to good ones. A fair parallel of the then unknown aphorism of Kant. Two things fill the soul with wonder and reverence, increasing evermore as I meditate more closely upon them: the starry heavens above me, and the moral law within me. Critique die praktischen Vernunft, 1788. Kant's religious utterances at the beginning of the French Revolution brought on him a royal mandate of silence, because he had worked out from the moral law within a principle of human equality precisely similar to that which Paine had derived from his Quaker doctrine of the inner light of every man. About the same time, Paine's writings were suppressed in England. Paine did not understand German, but Kant, though always independent in the formation of his opinions, was evidently well acquainted with the literature of the Revolution in America, England, and France. Editor. The most detestable wickedness, the most horrid cruelties, and the greatest miseries that have afflicted the human race have had their origin in this thing called revelation, or revealed religion. It has been the most dishonourable belief against the character of the divinity, the most destructive to morality and the peace and happiness of man, that ever was propagated since man began to exist. It is better, far better, that we admitted, if it were possible, 1,000 devils to roam at large, and to preach publicly the doctrine of devils, if there were any such, than that we permitted one such impostor and monster as Moses, Joshua, Samuel, and the Bible prophets to come with the pretended word of God in his mouth and have credit among us. Whence arose all the horrible assassinations of whole nations of men, women, and infants, with which the Bible is filled, and the bloody persecutions and tortures unto death and religious wars that since that time have laid Europe in blood and ashes? Whence arose they, but from this impious thing called revealed religion, and this monstrous belief that God has spoken to man? The lies of the Bible have been the cause of the one, and the lies of the Testament of the other. Some Christians pretend that Christianity was not established by the sword, but of what period of time do they speak? It was impossible that 12 men could begin with the sword. They had not the power. But no sooner were the professors of Christianity sufficiently powerful to employ the sword than they did so, and the stake and faggot too, and Mahomet could not do it sooner. By the same spirit that Peter cut off the ear of the high priest's servant, if the story be true, he will cut off his head, and the head of his master, had he been able. Besides this, Christianity grounds itself originally upon the Hebrew Bible, and the Bible was established altogether by the sword, and that in the worst use of it, not to terrify, but to extirpate. The Jews made no converts, they butchered all. The Bible is the sire of the New Testament, and both are called the Word of God. The Christians read both books. The ministers preach from both books, and this thing called Christianity is made up of both. It is then false to say that Christianity was not established by the sword. The only sect that has not persecuted are the Quakers, and the only reason that can be given for it is that they are rather deists than Christians. They do not believe much about Jesus Christ, and they call the Scriptures a dead letter. This is an interesting and correct testimony as to the beliefs of the early Quakers, one of whom was Paine's father. Editor. Had they called them by a worse name, they had been nearer the truth. It is incumbent on every man who reverences the character of the Creator and who wishes to lessen the catalogue of artificial miseries and remove the cause that has sown persecutions thick among mankind, to expel all ideas of a revealed religion as a dangerous heresy and an impious fraud. What is it that we have learned from this pretended thing called revealed religion? Nothing that is useful to man, and everything that is dishonourable to his Maker. What is it the Bible teaches us? Rapine, cruelty, and murder. What is it the Testaments teaches us? To believe that the Almighty committed debauchery with a woman engaged to be married, and the belief of this debauchery is called faith. As to the fragments of morality that are irregularly and thinly scattered in those books, they make no part of this pretended thing, revealed religion. They are the natural dictates of conscience, and the bonds by which society is held together, and without which it cannot exist, and are nearly the same in all religions and in all societies. The Testament teaches nothing new upon this subject, and where it attempts to exceed, it becomes mean and ridiculous. The doctrine of not retaliating injuries is much better expressed in Proverbs, which is a collection as well from the Gentiles as the Jews, than it is in the Testament. It is there said, 25:2-1, "If thine enemy be hungry, give him bread to eat, and if he be thirsty, give him water to drink." According to what is called Christ's Sermon on the Mount in the book of Matthew, where, among some other and good things, a great deal of this feigned morality is introduced, it is there expressly said that the doctrine of forbearance, or of not retaliating injuries, was not any part of the doctrine of the Jews. But as this doctrine is found in Proverbs, it must, according to that statement, have been copied from the Gentiles, from whom Christ had learned it. Those men whom Jewish and Christian idolaters have abusively called heathen had much better and clearer ideas of justice and morality than are to be found in the Old Testament, so far as it is Jewish, or in the New. The answer of Solon on the question, which is the most perfect popular government, has never been exceeded by any man since his time, as containing a maxim of political morality. That, says he, where the least injury done to the meanest individual is considered as an insult on the whole constitution. Solon lived about 500 years before Christ, author. But when it is said, as in the Testament, if a man smite thee on the right cheek, turn to him the other also, it is assassinating the dignity of forbearance, and sinking man into a spaniel. Loving of enemies is another dogma of feigned morality, and has besides no meaning. It is incumbent on man, as a moralist, that he does not revenge an injury, and it is equally as good in a political sense, for there is no end to retaliation. Each retaliates on the other, and calls it justice. But to love in proportion to the injury, if it could be done, would be to offer a premium for a crime. Besides, the word enemies is too vague and general to be used in a moral maxim, which ought always to be clear and defined, like a proverb. If a man be the enemy of another from mistake and prejudice, as in the case of religious opinions, and sometimes in politics, that man is different to an enemy at heart with a criminal intention, and it is incumbent upon us, and it contributes also to our own tranquillity, that we put the best construction upon a thing that it will bear. But even this erroneous motive in him makes no motive for love on the other part, and to say that we can love voluntarily and without a motive is morally and physically impossible. Morality is injured by prescribing to it duties that, in the first place, are impossible to be performed, and if they could be, would be productive of evil, or, as before said, be premiums for crime. The maxim of doing as we would be done unto does not include the strange doctrine of loving enemies, for no man expects to be loved himself for his crime or for his enmity. Those who preach this doctrine of loving their enemies are in general the greatest persecutors, and they act consistently by so doing, for the doctrine is hypocritical, and it is natural that hypocrisy should act the reverse of what it preaches. For my own part, I disown the doctrine, and consider it as a feigned or fabulous morality. Yet the man does not exist that can say, I have persecuted him, or any man, or any set of men, either in the American Revolution or in the French Revolution, or that I have, in any case, returned evil for evil. But it is not incumbent on man to reward a bad action with a good one, or to return good for evil, and whenever it is done, it is a voluntary act and not a duty. It is also absurd to suppose that such doctrine can make any part of a revealed religion. We imitate the moral character of the Creator by forbearing with each other, for he forbears with all. But this doctrine would imply that he loved man, not in proportions as he was good, but as he was bad. If we consider the nature of our condition here, we must see there is no occasion for such a thing as revealed religion. What is it we want to know? Does not the creation, the universe we behold, preach to us the existence of an almighty power that governs and regulates the whole? And is not the evidence that this creation holds out to our senses infinitely stronger than anything we can read in a book that any impostor might make and call the Word of God? As for morality, the knowledge of it exists in every man's conscience. Here we are. The existence of an almighty power is sufficiently demonstrated for us, though we cannot conceive, as it is impossible we should, the nature and manner of its existence. We cannot conceive how we came here ourselves, and yet we know for a fact that we are here. We must know also that the power that called us into being can, if he please, and when he pleases, call us to account for the manner in which we have lived here. And therefore, without seeking any other motive for the belief, it is rational to believe that he will, for we know beforehand that he can. The probability or even possibility of the thing is all that we ought to know, for if we knew it as a fact, we should be the mere slaves of terror. Our belief would have no merit, and our best actions no virtue. Deism then teaches us, without the possibility of being deceived, all that is necessary or proper to be known. The creation is the Bible of the deist. He there reads in the handwriting of the Creator himself the certainty of his existence and the immutability of his power, and all other Bibles and Testaments are to him forgeries. The probability that we may be called to account hereafter will, to reflecting minds, have the influence of belief, for it is not our belief or disbelief that can make or unmake the fact. As this is the state we are in, and which it is proper we should be in as free agents, it is the fool only, and not the philosopher, nor even the prudent man, that will live as if there were no God. But the belief of a God is so weakened by being mixed with the strange fable of the Christian creed, and with the wild adventures related in the Bible, and the obscurity and obscene nonsense of the Testament, that the mind of man is bewildered as in a fog. Viewing all these things in a confused mass, he confounds fact with fable, and as he cannot believe all, he feels a disposition to reject all. But the belief of a God is a belief distinct from all other things, and ought not to be confounded with any. The notion of a trinity of gods has enfeebled the belief of one God. A multiplication of beliefs acts as a division of belief, and in proportion as anything is divided, it is weakened. Religion by such means becomes a thing of form instead of fact, of notion instead of principle. Morality is banished to make room for an imaginary thing called faith, and this faith has its origin in a supposed debauchery. A man is preached instead of a God. An execution is an object for gratitude. The preachers daub themselves with the blood, like a troop of assassins, and pretend to admire the brilliancy it gives them. They preach a humdrum sermon on the merits of the execution, then praise Jesus Christ for being executed, and condemn the Jews for doing it. A man, by hearing all this nonsense lumped and preached together, confounds the God of the creation with the imagined God of the Christians, and lives as if there were none. Of all the systems of religion that ever were invented, there is none more derogatory to the Almighty, more unedifying to man, more repugnant to reason, and more contradictory in itself than this thing called Christianity. Too absurd for belief, too impossible to convince, and too inconsistent for practice, it renders the heart torpid, or produces only atheists and fanatics. As an engine of power, it serves the purpose of despotism, and as a means of wealth, the avarice of priests. But so far as respects the good of man in general, it leads to nothing here or hereafter. The only religion that has not been invented, and that has in it every evidence of divine originality, is pure and simple deism. It must have been the first, and will probably be the last that man believes. But pure and simple deism does not answer the purpose of despotic governments. They cannot lay hold of religion as an engine but by mixing it with human inventions and making their own authority a part. Neither does it answer the avarice of priests, but by incorporating themselves and their functions with it and becoming, like the government, a party in the system. It is this that forms the otherwise mysterious connection of church and state, the church human and the state tyrannic. Were a man impressed as fully and strongly as he ought to be with the belief of a God, his moral life would be regulated by the force of belief. He would stand in awe of God and of himself, and would not do the thing that could not be concealed from either. To give this belief the full opportunity of force, it is necessary that it acts alone. This is deism. But when, according to the Christian Trinitarian scheme, one part of God is represented by a dying man, and another part, called the Holy Ghost, by a flying pigeon, it is impossible that belief can attach itself to such wild conceits. The book called the Book of Matthew says, 3:16, that the Holy Ghost descended in the shape of a dove. It might as well have said a goose. The creatures are equally harmless, and the one is as much a nonsensical lie as the other. Acts 2:2-3 says that it descended in a mighty rushing wind in the shape of cloven tongues. Perhaps it was cloven feet. Such absurd stuff is fit only for tales of witches and wizards. Author. It has been the scheme of the Christian Church and of all the other invented systems of religion to hold man in ignorance of the Creator, as it is of government to hold him in ignorance of his rights. The systems of the one are as false as those of the other, and are calculated for mutual support. The study of theology as it stands in Christian churches is the study of nothing. It is founded on nothing. It rests on no principles. It proceeds by no authorities. It has no data. It can demonstrate nothing and admits of no conclusion. Not anything can be studied as a science without our being in possession of the principles upon which it is founded. And as this is not the case with Christian theology, it is therefore the study of nothing. Instead then of studying theology, as is now done, out of the Bible and Testament, the meanings of which books are always controverted, and the authenticity of which is disproved, it is necessary that we refer to the Bible of the creation. The principles we discover there are eternal and of divine origin, and they are the foundation of all the science that exists in the world, and must be the foundation of theology. We can know God only through his works. We cannot have a conception of any one attribute, but by following some principle that leads to it. We have only a confused idea of his power if we have not the means of comprehending something of its immensity. We can have no idea of his wisdom, but by knowing the order and manner in which it acts. The principles of science lead to this knowledge, for the creator of man is the creator of science, and it is through that medium that man can see God, as it were, face to face. Could a man be placed in a situation and endowed with the power of vision to behold at one view and to contemplate deliberately the structure of the universe, to mark the movements of the several planets, the cause of their varying appearances, the unerring order in which they revolve, even to the remotest comment, their connection and dependence on each other, and to know the system of laws established by the Creator, that governs and regulates the whole. He would then conceive, far beyond what any church theology can teach him, the power, the wisdom, the vastness, the munificence of the Creator. He would then see that all the knowledge man has of science, and that all the mechanical arts by which he renders his situation comfortable here, are derived from that source. His mind, exalted by the seen and convinced by the fact, would increase in gratitude as it increased in knowledge. His religion or his worship would become united with his improvement as a man. Any employment he followed that had connection with the principles of the creation, as everything of agriculture, of science, and the mechanical arts has, would teach him more of God and of the gratitude he owes to him than any theological Christian sermon he now hears. Great objects inspire great thoughts. Great munificence excites great gratitude. But the grovelling tales and doctrines of the Bible and the Testament are fit only to excite contempt. Though man cannot arrive, at least in this life, at the actual scene I have described, he can demonstrate it, because he has knowledge of the principles upon which the creation is constructed. We know that the greatest works can be represented in model, and that the universe can be represented by the same means. The same principles by which we measure an inch or an acre of ground will measure to millions in extent. A circle of an inch diameter has the same geometrical properties as a circle that would circumscribe the universe. The same properties of a triangle that will demonstrate upon paper the course of a ship will do it on the ocean, and, when applied to what are called the heavenly bodies, will ascertain to a minute the time of an eclipse, though those bodies are millions of miles distant from us. This knowledge is of divine origin, and it is from the Bible of the creation that man has learned it, and not from the stupid Bible of the Church that teaches man nothing. The Bible makers have undertaken to give us, in the first chapter of Genesis, an account of the creation, and in doing this they have demonstrated nothing but their ignorance. They make there to have been 3 days and 3 nights, evenings and mornings, before there was any sun, when it is the presence or absence of the sun that is the cause of day and night, and what is called his rising and setting, that of morning and evening. Besides, it is a puerile and pitiful idea to suppose the Almighty to say, "Let there be light." It is the imperative manner of speaking that a conjurer uses when he says to his cups and balls, "Presto, be gone," and most probably has been taken from it, as Moses and his rod is a conjurer and his wand. Longinus calls this expression the sublime, and by the same rule the conjurer is sublime too, for the manner of speaking is expressively and grammatically the same. When authors and critics talk of the sublime, they see not how nearly it borders on the ridiculous. The sublime of the critics, like some parts of Edmund Burke's Sublime and Beautiful, is like a windmill just visible in a fog, which imagination might distort into a flying mountain, or an archangel, or a flock of wild geese. Author. All the knowledge man has of science and of machinery, by the aid of which his existence is rendered comfortable upon earth, and without which he would be scarcely distinguishable in appearance and condition from a common animal, comes from the great machine and structure of the universe. The constant and unwearied observations of our ancestors upon the movements and revolutions of the heavenly bodies, in what are supposed to have been the early ages of the world, have brought this knowledge upon earth. It is not Moses and the prophets, nor Jesus Christ, nor his apostles that have done it. The Almighty is the great mechanic of the creation, the first philosopher and original teacher of all science. Let us then learn to reverence our Master and not forget the labours of our ancestors. Had we at this day no knowledge of machinery, and were it possible that man could have a view, as I have before described, of the structure and machinery of the universe, he would soon conceive the idea of constructing some at least of the mechanical works we now have, and the idea so conceived would progressively advance in practice? Or could a model of the universe, such as is called an orrery, be presented before him and put in motion? His mind would arrive at the same idea. Such an object and such a subject would, whilst it improved him in knowledge useful to himself as a man and a member of society, as well as entertaining, afford far better matter for impressing him with a knowledge of and a belief in the Creator and of the reverence and gratitude that man owes to him, than the stupid text of the Bible and the Testament, from which, be the talents of the preacher what they may, only stupid sermons can be preached. If man must preach, let him preach something that is edifying, and from the texts that are known to be true. The Bible of the creation is inexhaustible in texts. Every part of science, whether connected with the geometry of the universe, with the systems of animal and vegetable life, or with the properties of inanimate matter, is a text as well for devotion as for philosophy, for gratitude as for human improvement. It will perhaps be said that if such a revolution in the system of religion takes place, every preacher ought to be a philosopher, most certainly, and every house of devotion a school of science. It has been by wandering from the immutable laws of science and the light of reason, and setting up an invented thing called revealed religion, that so many wild and blasphemous conceits have been formed of the Almighty. The Jews have made him the assassin of the human species, to make room for the religion of the Jews. The Christians have made him the murderer of himself, and the founder of a new religion to supersede and expel the Jewish religion. And to find pretence and admission for these things, they must have supposed his power or his wisdom imperfect, or his will changeable, and the changeableness of the will is the imperfection of the judgment. The philosopher knows that the laws of the Creator have never changed, with respect either to the principles of science or the properties of matter. Why then is it to be supposed they have changed with respect to man? I here close the subject. I have shown in all the foregoing parts of this work that the Bible and Testament are impositions and forgeries, and I leave the evidence I have produced in proof of it to be refuted, if any one can do it, and I leave the ideas that are suggested in the conclusion of the work to rest on the mind of the reader, certain as I am that when opinions are free, either in matters of government or religion, truth will finally and powerfully prevail. End of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. Chapter 3, Conclusion. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
The Art of Playing by Gillette Burgess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time was when we made our own toys, when a piece of twine, a spool, a few nails, and a bit of imagination could keep us busy and happy all day long. There were no newfangled iron toys made in Germany, so tiresome in their inevitable little routine of performance, so easily got out of order, and so hard, metallic, and realistic as to be hardly worth the purchase. A penny would, indeed, buy some funny carved wooden thing that aroused a half-hour's excitement, but it was never quite so alluring as when in the front window of the toy shop. Such queer animals never became thoroughly acclimated to the nursery, and they lost their luster in a half-holiday. The things that gave permanent satisfaction were homemade, crude, and capable of transformation. A railway train might, with a small effort of the fancy, become a ship or a dragon. Are there such amateur toy builders now, in this age when everything is perfect and literal, when even a box of building blocks contains a book of plans to supply imaginative design to the modern child? Indeed, many children are, now-a-years, too lazy even to do their own playing. I have heard of one who was used to sit in a chair and order his nurse to align his ninepins and bowl them down for him. Perhaps one notices the lack of creative ability in children more in the city, where ready-made toys are cheap and accessible, than in the country, where the whole world is full of wonderful possibilities for entrancing pastime. Nature is the universal playmate, perpetually parodying herself in miniature for the benefit of those who love to amuse themselves with her toys. Every brook is a little river, every pond an unfathomable sea. She plants tiny forests of fern and raises microscopic mountains in every sandbank. Flowers and plants furnish provender for Lilliputian groceries. The oak showers acorn cups. What wonder we believe as long as we can in fairies? And yet, strange to say, it is the city more often than the country child who feels the charm of these marvels. The freshness and the strangeness breed a fascinated wonder. It is, after the flagged pavements and brick walls, almost too good to be true. The juvenile rustic is more familiar with nature. It is his business to know when the flowers come, where berries ripen and birds nest. It is scarcely play to him. It is a science to be applied to his personal profit. The woods and rivulets are his familiar domain, to be forayed and hunted specifically for gain. And this, though it is delightful, is not play. For him, there is no glamour over the fields until long after, when his native countryside has become inaccessible. Perhaps the art of playing is, after all, a matter more of temperament than environment, for one sees at times good sport even in the city streets, though it is rare nowadays. I had my own full share of it, for my youth was an age of pure romance. My clan had its own code and its own traditions. Every man of us had his suit of wooden armor, his well-wrought weapons, and his fiery steed. We were all for Scott. We had our order, small but well up in the technique of feudal ways, facile in sword play, both with the thin, sinewy, hard pine rapier and the huge, two-handed, double-hiked battle sword that should stand just as high as one's head. On the brick sidewalks we tilted on velocipedes, full in view of the anxious passers-by. Cap a pie in pine sheathed with tin, with a shield blazoned with a tiger couchant, and inscribed with a Latin motto out of the back of the dictionary. Many a long red lance I shivered, and many a wheel I broke. On Warren Avenue I did it, opposite the church. What would I not give now to see such sights in town? Instead, I watched little boys smoking cigarettes upon the street corners, waiting for their girls. I knew a youngster, too, who organized in his town a post office department, established letter boxes, and a regular service of boy carriers. He drew and colored the stamps himself. You will find them in few collections, though they should have enormous value from their rarity. Such games are consummate play, even though the sport goes awry all too soon. It is too great to last. It is the older brother who should give finesse to such sport. Without him, complications arise which accomplish at last the ruin of the game. Many of us do not truly learn to play until it is too late to do so with dignity. And to these, the appreciation of the young gives a fine excuse for prolonging the diversion. We fancy we cannot, when grown up, play imaginative games for the pure joy of it, as does the child. We think we must have an ulterior motive. Yet the father who whittles out a boat for his son often gets more delight than the child, who would far rather do it himself, no matter how much more crudely accomplished. The theater is the typical play for grown-ups. The name itself, play, is significant of the unquenchable tendency of youth. And this reminds me of a most amusing case, where two grown-ups dared to be absolutely ingenuous. It was upon a honeymoon, when, if ever, adults have the right to yield to juvenile impulses. As the groom was titled and the bride fair, society took it ill that the two should retire to their country house and deny access to all neighbors. One at last called, too important to be denied admittance by the servants, and the astonished visitor discovered the happy pair stretched over the dining-room table, training flies whose wings had been clipped to pull in a harness of threads little paper wagons. This had been their absorbing occupation for 10 blissful days. An important element of play seems to be the doing of things in miniature. See Stevenson, for instance, prone upon the floor, involved in romantic campaigns, massing his troops of tin soldiers, occupying strategic positions in hall and passage, skirmishing over the upstairs roads of the third class, impassable for artillery, intercepting commissary trains laboring up from the base of operations in the kitchen, deploying cavalry screens upon the rug, and outmaneuvering the wily foe that defends the veranda, both being bound by the strict treaties of the play. There is your ideal big brother, and the game of toy soldiers is glorified into weeks of excitement. The Japanese, immortal children, carry the game of diminution to its extreme. The dwarfed trees and the excruciating carved ivories are not the only symptoms of this delightful disease. For the perfection of the spirit of play, one must see their miniature gardens, often the life employment of the owners. No matter how small the patch of ground employed, every inch is perfect. Pebble by pebble, almost grain by grain, the area is arranged. The tiny rivulet is guided between carefully curved banks. Wee bridges span the shores. Little lanterns and pagodas are artfully placed. Plants and flowers are sown, trees planted. Fishes are domiciled, till the garden is a replica of nature at her best. Each view is a toy landscape, and without a scale, as seen in a photograph, for instance, one might think it a garden of the gods. And yet there is a sort of play where one may use infinite distances, macrocosms for microcosms, if one has the courage and the power of visualization. These games are purely mental, feats of the imagination, though not nearly so difficult as might be thought. I know a sober workaday lawyer, for instance, who combines the two methods with extraordinary cleverness. His income is not derived solely from his practice, I need hardly say. You will not catch him at his fascinating diversion, for his table is strewn with books and papers, and his playthings are not noticeable amongst the professional litter. I have known him to sit for hours gazing at the table, and once in his confidence, for there is a fraternity of players, and one must give the grip and prove fellowship, he will tell you that he is shrunk to but an inch in height, so that to him his desk seems to be some 300 feet long by 100 feet wide, and its plateau is elevated some 200 feet above the floor, as high, that is, as a church. Assuming that he has, by some miraculous means, shrunk to 1/50th of his stature, the size of everything visible is, of course, increased in a like proportion. His diverting occupation, under this queer state of things, is to explore his little domain, and exist as well as is possible. What adventures has he not had? There was the terrific combat with a cockroach as big as a dragon, which he finally slew with a broken needle. There was the dust storm when the caretaker swept, and the huge snow crystals like white pie plates that came in when the window was opened. He had an enormous difficulty in getting water from a glass tumbler, and he broke his teeth upon the crystals of sugar that as a lawyer he had been thoughtful enough to strew upon the table for the benefit of himself as an inchling. I believe he is now attempting to escape to the floor by means of a spool of thread, if he cannot make up his mind to risk a descent by means of a paper parachute. It is a world of his own, as real to him as the child's toy paradise, a retreat immune from the cares of his daily life, a never-tiring playground with perpetual discoveries possible. He, if anyone, has discovered not only the art of playing, but has applied the science as well. End of The Art of Playing by Gillette Burgess. Read by Colleen McMahon.
The Present Crisis in China, from the Standpoint of a Christian Chinese, by Reverend G. Gom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Rob Waters.
Ever since the Boxer outbreak, I have been repeatedly asked by friends far and near to express my opinion of the matter. I have kept silent for a long time, but still the requests come, and I feel constrained to endeavor to set forth some of the facts which caused the uprising, and which have resulted in the massacre of so many missionaries and other foreigners, and thousands of Chinese Christians. Those who have survived the massacre are destitute and homeless. Our hearts ache with sorrow for the occurrence of these outrages. We know of no words that are adequate to express our horror at them. Every instigator of these cruel wrongs should be severely punished in proportion to the enormity of his crimes, and by this means make them a lasting warning to the people. As to the poor, ignorant people who perpetrated the crimes, they are more sinned against than sinning. They are ignorant. They have been deceived by the lies of men who knew they were lying, and who thus sent them into the work of the mob and into battle with the Westerners to be, thousands of them, slaughtered and tortured, while the real criminals stayed in the rear. To the relatives and friends of those missionaries and other foreigners, together with the many Christians who were massacred, we extend our heartfelt sympathy, and we cannot but rejoice to say that all these martyrs are happy with their Lord in heaven today. We also rejoice to know that the blood of these martyrs will become the seed of the church. The Christian Chinese in San Francisco and many other cities in the United States have held meetings every Tuesday evening from 9:30 to 10:30 o'clock to pray for China. Moreover, they have given many liberal contributions to relieve the suffering Christians in North China. The cause of the trouble? The Chinese claim they have many good reasons for this uprising. It has often been charged by many non-Christian people in California that the missionaries were to blame for the present outbreak. I think this is unjust. I believe they are truly good men who have the good of China at heart. They have wrought a wonderful work. In fact, whatever China has accomplished is due to the preaching and teaching of these faithful missionaries. It is true that Romish missions have sometimes become political machines. Men have joined the Romish church, and even whole villages have turned their ancestral halls into Romish chapels in order to further their causes in the courts through the influence of French consuls. I can give you many incidents of this character, but one is sufficient. Several of the Congregational and Presbyterian Christians in the village of Longhaoli of the Huiping district, not far from Canton, had a piece of land there and were building a free schoolhouse, which was almost completed when the enemies of the mission rose and destroyed the building. Worse than this, several of the rioters met and outraged a girl relative of one of the Christians. This girl, because of her disgrace, committed suicide by hanging. The Christians had the perpetrators before the district magistrate, who was about to punish them, when, suddenly, all of their relatives, together with the accomplices, about 70 in number, went to Canton and joined the Catholic Church. They then got their priests and the French consul to plead for the imprisoned relatives before the Chinese governor. The result was that every one of the culprits was released, and their cases dismissed. These infamous criminals, as soon as they were set at liberty, committed further outrages. They attacked the Christians, drove them from their homes and village, and plundered all they had. All these crimes were committed before the eyes of the Catholic priests. How could they tolerate such detestable acts? It makes our blood boil to see such outrages. We are at a loss to understand why the Catholic priests admitted such people to their churches, and why the French consul so blindly used his influence to liberate such criminals. These things have not only occurred repeatedly in Guangdong province in South China, but throughout the whole empire. The Catholic people have not only wronged the Christians, but also the non-Christians, and thus a strong sentiment is created against them. Whenever there is a chance to pay back, these people will inflict a heavy blow. In fact, the Catholics have already suffered the consequences of their wrongdoing. This is why there were so many more Catholics massacred than Protestants in the recent uprising. But why should people have killed Christians at all? Well, in times of anti-foreign uprising, the people are easily misled. The rioter, and those anxious to plunder, would surely say, "The Christians are the same as the Catholics." So they killed them to effect robbery. It is also true that the missionaries, especially of the Catholic faith, have often been, by ignorant people, charged with decoying children into their missionary compound and killing them in order to gouge out their eyes and secure their hearts, from which to make medicines. And again, we have heard silly rumors like these. The foreigners send their missionaries to China first to win the hearts of the people, and then come with their armies to take China for their own. All these different rumors have had their origin in Buddhist and Taoist priests who have shown the most bitter jealousy towards Christianity and missionaries. While these absurd rumors have done a great deal of mischief by inciting people in the recent outbreak, they are very insignificant when compared to the bitter feelings aroused by the greedy grabbing of Chinese territory by the different powers. All praise to the United States, for she is the only nation that does not covet Chinese territory. The other powers are all eager and doing their utmost to have China partitioned so that they may each seize upon the territory they covet. In fact, Russia has already taken Port Arthur, Liujiang, and other important places. They had practically taken in possession of the whole of Shanking province and Manchuria, and still they want Bajorli province. Germany had taken Jiazhou and a large strip of valuable land from Shandong province, and now she wants more. She wants the whole province, and God alone knows what else she is after. Great Britain took Hong Kong, and then Weihai Wei, and lately grabbed Kowloon, and for some time past her covetous eye has been firmly fixed on the Yangtze Valley. France made seizure of Annam and Tonkin several years ago, and since then she has been scheming to extend her northern boundary line far into the Guangxi and Yunnan provinces. She is planning soon to grab the beautiful island of Hainan. Japan has become insatiable. She has already grabbed the island of Formosa, and now she is waiting impatiently to take forcible possession of the Fujian province. And even Italy has become avaricious. She tried to grab Sanman Bay several years ago, but, being single-handed, she failed in her attempt, and perhaps now she is using the power of the Allies to accomplish her greedy design. When news of this grabbing reached from one end of the empire to the other, does anyone wonder why the Chinese felt harsh towards foreigners? If anyone has any doubt in this regard, let him put himself in a Chinaman's place, and he will know it at once. So I say, the greedy grabbing of territory by the different powers is the principal cause for the recent uprising. Then, again, there is the spirit of commercialism, which has brought great enmity between China and the Western nations. For instance, in the year 1840, Great Britain, for greedy gain, declared war against China. The cause of the war was the destruction of over 20,000 chests of opium by the mandarins in their efforts to prevent its introduction into the empire. This opium had previously been brought into China by British merchants. The mandarins repeatedly objected to its introduction and made frequent complaints to the British. The governor at Canton issued a proclamation prohibiting the people using opium and saying all violators would be beheaded. He afterwards found one of his sons a victim to its use. So, taking him out to a public space, he caused him to be beheaded before thousands of spectators. The mandarins continued to use every means in their power to keep opium out of China, but to no avail. At length, in 1840, when they destroyed 20,000 chests of opium, England claimed a just cause for war, and from this time on, at the cannon's mouth, opium has been forced upon China. Just think! Opium! One of the worst poisons known to mankind. Opium has been the source of great revenue to England, but it is the greatest curse to China. It has ruined her to the very core, and is one of the great causes of decay of the empire. Many thousands of handsome, vigorous, and hopeful young men have been brought every day by its use to untimely deaths. Oh, how the good people of China hate opium. How the poor fathers and mothers weep for their opium-cursed sons. How wives shed bitter tears day and night. How many little children go hungry because their fathers have become opium fiends. Yea, how many of these little ones were even sold by their opium-crazed fathers. What? sorrow opium has brought to the homes. And England has thrived at the expense of the Chinese. While England has been accumulating her ill-gotten gains, opium has devastated the population of China. It seems to me no one but a Chinese can understand the misery. No wonder a Chinese official of high rank made the following ever-memorable request to a retiring British minister. I am sorry you are going away, but as you have to, I do wish so much that you would take your opium with you back to England. And I dare say that was the greatest slap Great Britain has ever received. Christian England, I beseech you to visit the homes which your opium has ruined and desolated. Christian England, I beseech you to rise and call a halt to your infamous traffic. Christian England, be quick and make amends, for unless you do so, God will never forgive you. There are many ways in which England can redeem the wrong she has done to China. First of all, she should stop the traffic in opium. Then, she can also redeem herself today by joining the United States and Japan to bring a speedy and peaceful settlement to the trouble in China. If these three powers should declare that they would never permit her dismemberment, China would certainly be preserved. If this good work is accomplished, the United States, England, and Japan will be China's greatest friends. They will be rewarded with commerce and other special privileges. In other words, they will receive 1,000-fold in return. But to grab China by the throat and say to her, "Give us the best you have," is barbarous and non-Christian, for it is contrary to the teaching of Christ. To take advantage of China's weakness is inhuman. China today is like a man who married in the late years of his life and was blessed by a large family of children who were too young to be of any service to him. For the last few years he has been sickly and weak. The house which he himself and family lived was a fine one, and was the only inheritance from his father. But his many neighbors, who were rich and powerful, and able to assist and establish him if they wished, were, unfortunately, a little selfish, and looked towards his inheritance with longing eyes. 5 of the neighbors, with an insatiable desire for gain, and with the forced consent of the owner, took those rooms which each deemed best for his own interest and gain. These neighbors are now devising schemes and pretenses by which they may grab the best remaining portions. To some minds it seems best that this heritage should be thus partitioned, and they claim that it is the only way to develop and improve this possession, thus utterly ignoring the claims and interest of the lawful possessors. Now, friends, China is the inheritance, and the covetous and greedy neighbors are those whom I have mentioned above. How much better it would be for all of the great civilized and Christian nations to make a unanimous effort to help preserve and build up and Christianize China rather than tear her to pieces. Of course, I must admit that the Chinese government, viz. The Empress Dowager, is also responsible for the present state of affairs in China. She was deceived by Prince Duan, the great anti-foreign leader, who represented to her that the Boxers possessed the most remarkable power, by the exercise of which they were able to close the mouths of the foreign cannon, and also to render themselves bulletproof. They also told her that they were the best fighters, the best protectors of her dynasty, and the best men to drive out the foreigners. But lately, we learn that she greatly regrets the steps she has taken, and has issued 2 edicts urging the Boxers to disperse to their homes and be law-abiding subjects, that they were to be destroyed if they should oppose the government troops in any way whatever. If this is true, There is a great hope for China. We sincerely hope that she will at once abdicate and allow the Emperor Guangxu to resume control, for he is just the man that China needs today. Oh, I do wish the powers would demand his return to the throne. I am certain the powers can render no better service to China than to make this demand and to see that it is complied with. If the Emperor were again in power, there would be an easy settlement to the present trouble. The outcome of this general shake-up will undoubtedly be the upbuilding of the empire. I am sure that God will overrule this outbreak for the good of China. I sincerely believe that God has a great future for China. He has preserved her for nearly 5,000 years, and he will still preserve her to his glory. The land of Sinum will be won for Christ. The Chinese Empire will have the same footing as other nations, for her subjects have the making of a great people. The Chinese who became Christians in America will also be a great factor in building up China. God's plan is beyond the comprehension of man. He saw that America did not send forth missionaries fast enough, so he brought out the secluded Chinese to this country to be Christianized by the disciples of Christ, so that they may go back as volunteer missionaries and thus hasten the conversion of China. We are sincerely thankful to America for taking the initiative in negotiations toward preserving the integrity of China. Now, as a friend and neighbor, let her continue her good work, and may the European powers speedily agree to a peaceful settlement of the entire trouble. Then, let America and the other Christian nations flood China with 10,000 Protestant missionaries, for I am sure that this is one of the best solutions of the China question, and the only way to conquer China. For Christ. Surely, every patriotic and Christian American will weigh with thoughtful attention this earnest plea of our honored friend, Reverend G. Gam, editor. End of The Present Crisis in China from the Standpoint of a Christian Chinese by Reverend G. Gam.
Day of Infamy speech given before the U.S. Congress December 8, 1941, by Franklin Delano Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of the Senate and of the House of Representatives. Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The United States was at peace with that nation, and at the solicitation of Japan was still in conversation with its government and its emperor looking toward the maintenance of peace in the Pacific. Indeed, 1 hour after the Japanese air squadrons had commenced bombing in the American island of Oahu, the Japanese ambassador to the United States and his colleague delivered to our Secretary of State a formal reply to a recent American message. And while this reply stated that it seemed useless to continue the existing diplomatic negotiations, it contained no threat or hint of war or of armed attack. It will be recorded that the distance of Hawaii from Japan makes it obvious that the attack was deliberately planned many days or even weeks ago. During the intervening time, the Japanese government has deliberately sought to deceive the United States by false statements and expressions of hope for continued peace. The attack yesterday on the Hawaiian Islands has caused severe damage to American naval and military forces. I regret to tell you that very many American lives have been lost. In addition, American ships have been reported torpedoed on the high seas between San Francisco and Honolulu. Yesterday, the Japanese government also launched an attack against Malaya. Last night, Japanese forces attacked Hong Kong. Last night, Japanese forces attacked Guam. Last night, Japanese forces attacked the Philippine Islands. Last night, the Japanese attacked Wake Island. And this morning, the Japanese attacked Midway Island. Japan has therefore undertaken a surprise offensive extending throughout the Pacific area. The facts of yesterday and today speak for themselves. The people of the United States have already formed their opinion, and well understand the implications to the very life and safety of our nation. As Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, I have directed that all measures be taken for our defense. But always will our whole nation remember the character of the onslaught against us. No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, the American people in their righteous might will win through to absolute victory. I believe that I interpret the will of the Congress and of the people when I assert that we will not only defend ourselves to the uttermost, but will make it very certain that this form of treachery shall never again endanger us. Hostilities exist. There is no blinking at the fact that our people, our territory, and our interests are in grave danger. With confidence in our armed forces, and with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God. I ask that the Congress declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire. End of Day of Infamy speech given before the U.S. Congress, December 8, 1941, by Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
A Note on Realism by Robert Louis Stevenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Style is the invariable mark of any master, and for the student who does not aspire so high as to be numbered with the giants, it is still the one quality in which he may improve himself at will. Passion, wisdom, creative force, the power of mystery or color are allotted in the hour of birth, and can be neither learned nor simulated. But the just and dexterous use of what qualities we have, the proportion of one part to another and to the whole, the elision of the useless, the accentuation of the important, and the preservation of a uniform character from end to end, these, which taken together constitute technical perfection, are to some degree within the reach of industry and intellectual courage. What to put in and what to leave out, whether some particular fact be organically necessary or purely ornamental, whether, if it be purely ornamental, it may not weaken or obscure the general design, and finally, whether, if we decide to use it, we should do so grossly and notably, or in some conventional disguise, are questions of plastic style continually re-arising, and the Sphinx that patrols the highways of executive art has no more unanswerable riddle to propound. In literature, from which I must draw my instances, the great change of the past century has been effected by the admission of detail. It was inaugurated by the romantic Scott, and at length by the semi-romantic Balzac and his more or less wholly unromantic followers, bound like a duty on the novelist. For some time it signified and expressed a more ample contemplation of the conditions of man's life, but it has recently, at least in France, fallen into a merely technical and decorative stage, which it is perhaps still too harsh to call survival. With a movement of alarm, the wiser or more timid begin to fall a little back from these extremities. They begin to aspire after a more naked narrative articulation, after the succinct, the dignified, and the poetic, and as a means to this, after a general lightening of this baggage of detail. After Scott, we beheld the starveling story, once in the hands of Voltaire as abstract as a parable, begin to be pampered upon facts. The introduction of these details developed a particular ability of hand, and that ability, childishly indulged, has led to the works that now amaze us on a railway journey. A man of the unquestionable force of Monsieur Zola spends himself on technical successes. To afford a popular flavor and attract the mob, he adds a steady current of what I may be allowed to call the rancid. That is exciting to the moralist. But what more particularly interests the artist is this tendency of the extreme of detail, when followed as a principle, to degenerate into mere faux de joie of literary tricking. The other day, even Monsieur Daudet was to be heard babbling of audible colors and visible sounds. This odd suicide of one branch of the realists may serve to remind us of the fact which underlies a very dusty conflict of the critics. All representative art, which can be said to live, is both realistic and ideal, and the realism about which we quarrel is a matter purely of externals. It is no especial cultus of nature and veracity, but a mere whim of veering fashion that has made us turn our back upon the larger, more various, and more romantic art of yore. A photographic exactitude in dialogue is now the exclusive fashion, but even in the ablest hands it tells us no more, I think it even tells us less, than Molière, wielding his artificial medium, has told to us and to all time of Alceste or Orgon, Dorine or Chrysel. The historical novel is forgotten. Yet truth to the conditions of man's nature and the conditions of man's life, the truth of literary art, is free of the ages. It may be told us in a carpet comedy, in a novel of adventure, or a fairy tale. The scene may be pitched in London, on the sea-coast of Bohemia, or away on the mountains of Beulah. And by an odd and luminous accident, if there is any page of literature calculated to awake the envy of Monsieur Zola, it must be that Troilus and Cressida, which Shakespeare, in a spasm of unmanly anger with the world, grafted on the heroic story of the siege of Troy. This question of realism, let it then be clearly understood, regards not in the least degree the fundamental truth, but only the technical method of a work of art. Be as ideal or as abstract as you please, you will be none the less veracious. But if you be weak, you run the risk of being tedious and inexpressive. And if you be very strong and honest, you may chance upon a masterpiece. A work of art is first cloudily conceived in the mind. During the period of gestation, it stands more clearly forward from these swaddling mists, puts on expressive lineaments, and becomes at length that most faultless, but also, alas, that incommunicable product of the human mind, a perfected design. On the approach to execution, all is changed. The artist must now step down, don his working clothes, and become the artisan. He now resolutely commits his airy conception, his delicate Ariel, to the touch of matter. He must decide, almost in a breath, the scale, the style, the spirit, and the particularity of execution of his whole design. The engendering idea of some works is stylistic. A technical preoccupation stands them instead of some robuster principle of life. And with these the execution is but play. For the stylistic problem is resolved beforehand, and all large originality of treatment willfully foregone. Such are the verses intricately designed, which we have learnt to admire, with a certain smiling admiration, at the hands of Mr. Lang and Mr. Dobson. Such, too, are those canvases where dexterity or even breadth of plastic style takes the place of pictorial nobility of design. So it may be remarked, it was easier to begin to write Esmond than Vanity Fair, since in the first the style was dictated by the nature of the plan, and Thackeray, a man probably of some indolence of mind, enjoyed and got good profit of this economy of effort. But the case is exceptional. Usually in all works of art that have been conceived from within outwards, and generously nourished from the author's mind, the moment in which he begins to execute is one of extreme perplexity and strain. Artists of indifferent energy and an imperfect devotion to their own ideal make this ungrateful effort once for all, and having formed a style, adhere to it through life. But those of a higher order cannot rest content with a process which, as they continue to employ it, must infallibly degenerate towards the academic and the cut and dried. Every fresh work in which they embark is the signal for a fresh engagement of the whole forces of their mind, and the changing views which accompany the growth of their experience are marked by still more sweeping alterations in the manner of their art, so that criticism loves to dwell upon and distinguish the varying periods of a Raphael, a Shakespeare, or a Beethoven. It is then, first of all, at this initial and decisive moment, when execution is begun, and thenceforth only in a less degree, that the ideal and the real do indeed, like good and evil angels, contend for the direction of the work. Marble, paint, and language, the pen, the needle, and the brush, all have their grossnesses, their ineffable impotences, their hours, if I may so express myself, of insubordination. It is the work, and it is a great part of the delight of any artist to contend with these unruly tools, and now by brute energy, now by witty expedient, to drive and coax them to effect his will. Given these means, so laughably inadequate, and given the interest, the intensity, and the multiplicity of the actual sensation whose effect he is to render with their aid, the artist has one main and necessary resource which he must, in every case and upon any theory, employ. He must, that is, suppress much and omit more. He must omit what is tedious or irrelevant, and suppress what is tedious and necessary. But such facts as, in regard to the main design, subserve a variety of purposes, he will perforce and eagerly retain. And it is the mark of the very highest order of creative art to be woven exclusively of such. There, any fact that is registered is contrived a double or a treble debt to pay, and is at once an ornament in its place and a pillar in the main design. Nothing would find room in such a picture that did not serve at once to complete the composition, to accentuate the scheme of color, to distinguish the planes of distance, and to strike the note of the selected sentiment. Nothing would be allowed in such a story that did not at the same time expedite the progress of the fable, build up the characters, and strike home the moral or the philosophical design. But this is unattainable. As a rule, so far from building the fabric of our works exclusively with these, we are thrown into a rapture if we think we can muster a dozen or a score of them to be the plums of our confection. And hence, in order that the canvas may be filled or the story proceed from point to point, other details must be admitted. They must be admitted, alas, upon a doubtful title, many without marriage robes. Thus any work of art, as it proceeds towards completion, too often, I had almost written always, loses in force and poignancy of main design. Our little air is swamped and dwarfed among hardly relevant orchestration. Our little passionate story drowns in a deep sea of descriptive eloquence or slipshod talk. But again, we are rather more tempted to admit those particulars which we know we can describe, and hence those most of all which, having been described very often, have grown to be conventionally treated in the practice of our art. These we choose, as the mason chooses the acanthus to adorn his capital, because they come naturally to the accustomed hand. The old stock incidents and accessories, tricks of workmanship and schemes of composition, all being admirably good, or they would long have been forgotten, haunt and tempt our fancy, offer us ready-made but not perfectly appropriate solutions for any problem that arises, and wean us from the study of nature and the uncompromising practice of art. To struggle, to face nature, to find fresh solutions, and give expression to facts which have not yet been adequately or not yet elegantly expressed, is to run a little upon the danger of extreme self-love. Difficulty sets a high price upon achievement, and the artist may easily fall into the error of the French naturalists, and consider any fact as welcome to admission if it be the ground of brilliant handiwork, or again into the error of the modern landscape painter, who is apt to think that difficulty overcome and science well displayed can take the place of what is, after all, the one excuse and breath of art, charm. A little further, and he will regard charm in the light of an unworthy sacrifice to prettiness, and the omission of a tedious passage as an infidelity to art. We have now the matter of this difference before us. The idealist, his eye singly fixed upon the greater outlines, loves rather to fill up the interval with detail of the conventional order, briefly touched, soberly suppressed in tone, courting neglect. But the realist, with a fine intemperance, will not suffer the presence of anything so dead as a convention. He shall have all fiery, all hot-pressed from nature, all charactered and notable, seizing the eye. The style that befits either of these extremes, once chosen, brings with it its necessary disabilities and dangers. The immediate danger of the realist is to sacrifice the beauty and significance of the whole to local dexterity, or, in the insane pursuit of completion, to immolate his readers under facts. But he comes in the last resort, and as his energy declines, to discard all design, abjure all choice, and with scientific thoroughness steadily to communicate matter which is not worth learning. The danger of the idealist is, of course, to become merely null and lose all grip of fact, particularity, or passion. We talk of bad and good. Everything indeed is good which is conceived with honesty and executed with communicative ardor. But though on neither side is dogmatism fitting, and though in every case the artist must decide for himself, and decide afresh and yet afresh for each succeeding work and new creation, yet one thing may be generally said, that we of the last quarter of the 19th century, breathing as we do the intellectual atmosphere of our age, are more apt to err upon the side of realism than to sin in quest of the ideal. Upon that theory it may be well to watch and correct our own decisions, always holding back the hand from the least appearance of irrelevant dexterity, and resolutely fixed to begin no work that is not philosophical, passionate, dignified, happily mirthful, or at the last and least, romantic in design. End of a note on realism by Robert Louis Stevenson, read by Quaker Woodworker.
The Failure of Speculative Philosophy, From Knowledge and Life, by Rudolf Eucken, 1846 to 1926, published in 1913. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Failure of Speculative Philosophy. If science then does not lead us to knowledge, philosophy is able to vindicate itself in relation to knowledge only in so far as it proceeds on its own specific path. Such a path philosophy believes to have found from of old, and for centuries this path has been one of speculation. This speculation consists in a mode and work of ideas which free themselves from the remainder of life, and which exercise complete sovereignty over all. Such governing ideas seemed powerful enough to penetrate to the depths of reality, and to transform this reality into a possession of man as a thinking being. In fact, ideas have attributes which invest man with a special position and significance. From the outset it cannot be questioned that if knowledge is possible at all, its organ must be thought. In the first place, ideas are able to free man from indifference, and from the interests and aims of considering himself as an isolated being. They engender the conception of an actual necessity or obligation, and may in their development feel themselves superior to all the disorder and confusion which surrounded them. In the next place, ideas include an effort to pass out of the chaos of the existing situation, and to transform all the multiplicity of elements which present themselves into an inclusive system. They accomplish this in a positive way by means of linking together propositions otherwise isolated. They do it in a negative way by deriving contradictions out of life. In the possession of such attributes, ideas are able to transform the world into an inner presence. Speculation, however, passes beyond such evaluation of ideas in that it believes itself capable, through its own inherent power, of unlocking the world of being and guiding man to a clear knowledge of such a world. But that this matter is not so simple as speculative thought assumes becomes evident from a survey of the actual history of the enterprise. Such a survey points to hard trials and struggles, to a perpetual quest after new paths, and to a constant swinging from one experiment to another. It also shows an awakening of doubts ever recurring concerning the possibility of the whole undertaking. Two questions have been raised ever anew. 1. can thought out of its own capacity discover an inner union with the world of reality? 2. Does thought through such a self-sovereignty exhaust the whole domain of existence? In the most important work of the world, the connection of thought and being has been in the foreground. 3 possibilities present themselves here. In the Middle Ages, as well as in modern times, have these characteristics appeared, but they have been treated at various times in very diverse manners, and the center of gravity of their various effects has been found in very different positions. The first step of this speculative thought requires belief in the mutual connection of man and the world, of thought and being. These signify one and the same reality, and belong to each other, and strive together in a friendly encounter. The power of such relations succeeds in passing easily from one to the other. Just as the light of the sun becomes visible to us because our eyes have in them something of the same nature, so here the fundamental nature of reality is able to include our thoughts because it contains within itself elements of thought. The work of thought thus only binds together qualities which belonged to one another from the very beginning. The second step of speculative thought brings out a sharper distinction between human life and its environment. The soul and the world are too far apart to be able to come into immediate contiguity with each other. The union of the two is now sought in the fact that what occurs on the one side has corresponding effects on the other. Thus the supposed natural connection of thought and being here issues in a doctrine of parallelism. The third step asserts that thought cannot reach being, that is, external to itself, so that knowledge is possible only in so far as being is discovered within thought itself, and in so far as it is produced by thought. Thus knowledge becomes a thought of thought, a knowledge of self, a self-comprehension of a creative thought which embraces subject and object. The theory of an intimate connection of thought and being corresponds to a naive mode of thinking, and it is also held in a more refined way by an ascetic mode of thinking. The blossoming period of such a mode of thought was classical antiquity, but the view was also revived in the Middle Ages and is not entirely alien to modern times. It continues to be effective as a basis whenever the necessity of thought and the qualities of being are regarded as essentially connected. This mode of thinking connects in the closest possible manner the microcosm with the macrocosm. It discovers connections everywhere between man and the universe, and by means of this development raises the life of man into breadth and greatness. The strength of this mode of thinking lies in its ability to see things together. Its elevation is due to its ascetic intuition, which does away with the interval between subject and object, and consequently it gives life a strong feeling of rest and security, and it seems to grant life a solid and immovable foundation. This mode of thinking on its ascetic and general human sides finds its climax in Plato, and on its scientific side on Aristotle. The former held up before mankind great ideas and myths. The latter, by means of his teaching of the union of thought and the world, developed a logical order of life and a thorough system of ideas which have governed the centuries, and which exercise influence down to our own time. But even in antiquity serious doubt was raised concerning such an intimate union of man and the world, and with the Stoics and the Skeptics man and the world were parted far asunder. This cleavage between man and the world became all the deeper and more powerfully the upheavals and renewals which took place later set the meaning of life in a region above its superficial connection with the environment and found the kingdom of pure inwardness in religion alone. This inwardness needed only to gain a fully awakened self-consciousness and a power to control the work of science in order to reveal the ancient connection of inner and outer worlds as an intolerable defect, as a projection of merely human qualities into the universe, and as an unbearable anthropomorphism. It was now seen that man, in the turn towards the world, had merely extended his own circle, but had not passed beyond it. It is evident that the definite contiguity and even the blending of sensuous and spiritual, as these were presented from the heights of ancient thought right through the centuries, as well as the conception of knowledge, for example, of intuition, have at the present day become untenable. More doubtful still has become the transference of formal logical conceptions into the particular nature of external things, as, for example, the treatment of modal conceptions involving even the possibility and necessity of an energy inherent in the things themselves. Such an admixture of logic and metaphysics penetrates into the theory of principles of Aristotle, and it also finds a prominent place in scholasticism. But to modern thought, such conceptions appear as presenting the world in an obscure light, and even in the dangerous light of ascribing human qualities to it. The abolition of this confusion in the logical and the real aspects of things in the beginning of modern times has resulted in a clarification highly necessary, and indeed in a mental and spiritual emancipation. It thus became evident that the world without and the world within contained for man a rich fullness of life. The aim was now to bring to a clear expression the abstract, formal, schematic character which the picture of reality took, and which, since the time of Aristotle, made the inner meaning of the effort of knowledge to consist in what lies behind the particular qualities of things, for example, in the nature of being itself, in the recognition of being as being. The necessary result of this view was that the scaffolding of abstract ontological conceptions became an essential part of reality. The rich and variegated fullness of life presented by such conceptions consisted, however, in a mere development on the logical side of things. The greater experiences and further development of life did not consequently combine sufficiently to form a connected view of reality. The recognition of this fact constrained the civilized and moralized life of modern times to part with this traditional solution. Further, the step of differentiation between thought and being, already referred to, is in no way alien to antiquity. But the classical period of antiquity did in no manner run its whole course in this direction. But though Hellenic times were conscious of the antithesis of subject and the universe, it is the dualistic mode of thinking in modern times that has brought such an antithesis to a climax. In the modern world, for the first time, does man gain the power of the self-consciousness to place himself, by reason of the unlimited needs of his nature, over against the whole world. More than ever has his life become a struggle with the universe. This movement of man, however, has penetrated so deeply and ruled his spirit so powerfully, because the cleft between himself and the world was thrust out of sight, and a burning desire of his life for a unity between the human spirit and the universe, as well as for the transformation of inward and outward into his own possession, originated. Without a radical transformation of the first view of man and the world, the contradiction between them cannot be overcome. Consequently, thinkers of the first rank have devoted their best energies to this thought. Descartes, who separated thought from the world and placed it upon itself, became fully aware of the difficulty of finding his way back from thought to the world. He sought to overcome the difficulty from the very outset by linking human reason to a divine reason that governed and penetrated the universe, and through such a belief he gained confidence in human capacity to acquire truth. He sought thus to discover for his future investigations a touchstone for the differentiation of the true and the false, and believed himself to have discovered such a touchstone in concepts of entire clearness and distinction. Complex, unfinished, and strained as his conclusions are, his contributions were of undoubted value in the fact that he laid the centre of gravity in consciousness, and gave a new beginning to the movement for conceiving things from consciousness to the world, and not from the world to consciousness. The problem of knowledge is carried further back by Spinoza, and is brought by him to a height which even Leibniz could hardly overtop. Upon this height, thought and being, the aspect of being as existence, stand independently over against each other, but both belong to the same universal life that carries and embraces them, and both exist and continue parallel to each other as the appearance forms of the one reality. Whilst one side develops out of itself and according to its own nature, still it harmonizes with the other side. The order and the connection of ideas are the same as the order and the connection of things. Leibniz holds to the idea of parallelism, but by it he meant not so much that thought and extension should correspond to each other as that the individual and the all, the microcosm and the macrocosm, should do so. Each individual soul, according to him, experiences the whole of infinity within itself in the form of immediacy, and without any kind of mediation of the world. The pre-established harmony produces this connection. An intelligence that embraces the whole universe brings forth all effects. The theory of parallelism contains a strong inducement to conceive each of the two sides in a precise manner on its own characteristic side, and to mark clearly the boundary of one from that of the other, and every mingling of the two is most strongly resisted. Through such a method it becomes possible to transform each of the two into a continuous union and development, and to weld each in an incomparably more definite and consolidated a manner than was previously possible. This investigation possesses its value on account of its penetrating analysis, for the main effort of the modern world to treat nature and the life of the soul as independent provinces, without at the same time giving up the unity of the universe, finds here a philosophical justification. Thus the work of thought corresponds to the demands of the universal and the all-important situation, and the frequent withdrawal of this work of thought towards the multiplicity of external things does not by any means render it alien to reality. But the difficulties concerning the adjustment here sought for between the world of thought and the world of sense do not remain long out of sight. Most of all, the main idea of an all-embracing unity fails of proof. This main idea was a keen hypothesis of speculative philosophy, but it is an hypothesis which the calm clearness of modern thought has sharply contradicted, and one whose roots lay less in modern ground than in the world of traditional religious ideas. The increasing uncertainty concerning this main idea loosened more and more the connection of man and the universe, and as the weakness of this connection increased, thought tended to be considered and to become a merely subjective reflection. Nature now sinks to a soulless mechanism, and also all the possibility of a genuine knowledge disappears. And further, along with this uncertainty, an inward impoverishment gives rise to doubt and contradiction, which are actual experiences of human life, despite all the external expansion and development of things. For this theory of parallelism brings man into unison with the universe only in so far as everything specific and distinctive within him is discarded, and only in so far as what constitutes a copy of the external world is alone held as essential. But what remains on this theory is thus no more than thought with its forms and concatenations. Man consequently and necessarily becomes a mere mechanism of presentations and ideas, and so it remains entirely enigmatic how he can cultivate a unity or whole, and how he can experience his own life as such. If life, in spite of this, gains a psychic depth and warmth, this is supposed to happen not by means of the further development of ideas, but by something in contrast with such ideas, by the addition of mystic speculation and intuition. It is, however, the main feature of the theory of parallelism that while it is able to present the equilibrium striven after by the two sides by means of general ideas, it is not able to carry such ideas into effect. For as soon as the theory of parallelism presents any of its conclusions, we find that either the external or the internal aspect is uppermost, and the conclusion expresses itself either in naturalism or in idealism. Mind either becomes a phenomenon which merely accompanies us, a mere reflex of nature, or nature becomes a mere description and semblance of mental and spiritual life. The failure of both attempts of relation and parallelism necessarily leads to a further quest for a solution of the problem. If the two sides do not relate themselves intimately together, and if separated they do not again come together, there is only one possibility of solution open, namely the denial of all existence outside thought, and the laying of all reality within thought and its movement. If thought has to deal with its own evidence, and not at all with anything alien to itself, if knowledge becomes a self-comprehension of thought, then no opposition can prevent the realization of a complete illumination of the problem. Then the work of thought seems certain of a complete conquest. Thought is certainly here to be raised above the mere individual and established with its own motive power. It must, in order to fulfill its task, be raised to absolute thought. In all this, there is in fact a genuine effort to reach summits and turning points of life. This path was not trodden for the first time by modern thought. Antiquity, and especially Plotinus and the mystics of the Middle Ages who followed his lead, trod the same path. But there lies a considerable disparity between the ancient and the modern modes of conceiving the matter. The old mode of thinking placed being, the constant, in the foreground, while the new mode gives most prominence to becoming. Thus the turn of the old mode towards an absolute thought signified the taking up of all the multiplicity into an unchangeable unity, and interpreting the latter by means of the former. As everything draws its life from such a unity, which is its root, everything strives to return of necessity to this unity in order to find in it its self-subsistence and eternal rest. It is in this way alone that the universe gains an all-pervading unity and a pure inwardness. It is here alone that an inner world originates. Here the unity precedes the multiplicity, the inner precedes the outer, and the constant precedes the mobile. As here the whole of reality thus flows into the life of infinity, so all definite and limited conceptions disappear and are unable to present as their interpretation anything more than a metaphor of the deepest truth. Complete, adequate knowledge on this view is given by mystic intuition alone, an intuition which must be clearly distinguished from the ascetic intuition of classical times. For, while mystic intuition extinguishes all particular elements, ascetic intuition seeks the unity in and along the multiplicity alone. It is especially from this point of view that the thought of an all-present unity and of a self-subsisting eternity, presentia stans, gained such enchanting power over many minds, and gave life its penetrating inwardness as well as the way into the great and the cosmic. But what is here offered as knowledge is more of a feeling difficult to grasp, is more of a calm absorption of the soul in infinity than of an intellectual penetration into reality. Such an experience certainly discovers original depths, but it does not point out a path to pass back from itself to the work of life, so that it remains true that life as a whole has been furthered more on particular sides by religion and art than by philosophy. But the modern turn of the main thought we have under consideration penetrates still more deeply into the meaning of knowledge. It understands thought not as an intuition by the self of an eternal being, but as a great becoming, as a quest for one's own self, and as a self-realization. Thus, according to this view, the cosmic process is nothing other than a self-realization of thought. Here emanation gives way to evolution, and intuition to the construction of ideas. Hegel especially brought this leading fundamental thought to a remarkable expression. In Hegel's teaching, the process of thought is driven further and further by means of self-engendered antithesis, through thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. The thought process evolves an ever richer content. It ascends from general outlines to concrete forms. The process draws all that lies near to it to itself. Thus the whole of existence is in flux. Still all the multiplicity is brought into mutual relation and interpenetration, and everywhere a content of thought is discovered as the real kernel and energy of the things in existence. Thought thus steps out of the realm of shades. It gains the most definite connection with the historical social life of mankind, while the historical social life is itself seen in great connections and is universally illumined. The view presented here by Hegel is not directed backwards towards origins, but forward towards the goal of an entire self-realization. It is the view of a calm philosophical reflection, embracing all movement, embracing all reciprocal conflict and opposition, which were placed by him in his picture of the universe. We are aware how mightily that stream of life, which has had its source in this Hegelian movement, has affected the minds of men, and how much this stream has affected spiritual work, as well as modern civilization and culture. But we are also aware how soon a reaction took place, and how many contradictions raised up their heads. The conception of an absolute thought process contains before all else an inner contradiction. Thought can be no process, and the process can be no thought. Thought is essentially a stepping forth out of time, and an apprehension of things under the form of eternity. The process, on the other hand, moves hurriedly forward, further and further, and knows neither rest nor terminus. Hegel, in his own person and for his own day, understood how to connect those two different aspects, but a contradiction existed in the facts themselves, and he was obliged to find justification for his theory of becoming in the special characteristics of great personalities, and thus he had to divide mankind into opposite camps. Where thought stands in the foreground, the process is overlooked. But this is certainly a mistake unless the process has reached its final terminus. Thus the movement falls within the past alone, and the present appears as ready-made, and the future will contain nothing to do. Where the process stands in the foreground, it moves further and further into the region of the indefinite and the uncertain. The ages lose their inner bond of connection, and philosophy becomes a mere expression of the existing situation, a historical social view of reality. Thus all absolute truth may give way to a relativism. We cannot any longer speak of a deliverance from and a mastery of the world. In other words, there is no knowledge possible. The struggles and doubts which issue from such a view are bound to shake to its very foundation the position of thought and its claims to rule the world. For though within the human domain a web of thought arises and a circle of existence superior to the remainder of the psychic life develops, still all this remains a thought of man, and that even all this is the source of reality. That all this carries the universe within itself is extremely difficult to substantiate. Human thought is on this theory raised to absolute thought, and its mode of movement is transformed into a cosmic phenomenon in far too rash and direct a manner. For close at hand exists the doubt whether the whole, which is thus declared as the kernel of reality, is anything more than an accompanying phenomenon of reality. Further, the nature of the world presented in this view also strengthens such doubts. As thought draws into itself all reality, it transforms reality into a domain of relations and forms, into a world of outlines and shadows, into a gloomy picture. When Hegel presents us with something more than this, and when his world of ideas with all its distinctive clearness works upon us, this effect does not arise from his theory, but from his personal mode of presenting things. A mode which has an open mind for all greatness, and which understands how to view the multiplicity together as a richly colored picture. Apart from the quickening energy of great personalities, everything in his theory discloses a shadowy character and a distressing emptiness of content. And it is this fact which explains the occurrence of a rash turn towards empiricism and positivism, and with the obscuring of man and his soul behind the problem of the physical universe, and finally with the renunciation of all knowledge regarding the things of the spirit and regarding greatness. Thus the historical consideration of things justified the doubt whether thought be able, by the mere exercise of its own force, to attain to knowledge. And in this way doubt presents the dilemma that in the recognition of a world existing externally, thought is unable to find the path to such a world, and that thought, in the attempt to create all being out of itself, exaggerates itself, and loses itself in a world of shadows. Consequently, the path of philosophical speculation ends in disappointment. End of The Failure of Speculative Philosophy. From Knowledge and Life by Rudolf Eucken, 1846 to 1926. Published 1913.
Have Faith in Coolidge by Eugene M. Weeks. Read by Elsie Selwyn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It is the belief of his New England associates and fellow citizens that Calvin Coolidge possesses the qualities of true American statesmanship. It is appropriate that this conviction and some of the facts that have created it should at this time be set forth. Therefore, this personal sketch of him is offered in appreciation of the man himself and of his fitness for the great responsibilities to which circumstances have so unexpectedly called him. Gerald Shepard Howland, Boston, Massachusetts, August 24, 1923. Have Faith in Coolidge, the story of a personality. Early one night, not long ago, a lean-faced man, fatigued by several hours of hay-pitching, undressed by the feeble light of a kerosene lamp and went to bed in an old farmhouse up in Vermont. In the dead of night, a lamp's light shining in his face and his name tremblingly uttered, awakened him to the leadership of the most powerful government in the world. 2 hours later, in the presence of his wife and a handful of hastily assembled acquaintances, and by the light of more oil lamps, he was duly and securely sworn into the office of President of the United States. A local justice of the peace, who happened to be his father, administered the oath. Then the tired hay-pitcher went back to bed. The faint rays of those kerosene lamps shining in the old Vermont farmhouse that historic night revealed a new Calvin Coolidge. Their light seems likely to have started a great illumination of this man that will presently shine round the globe. Calm and a great moment. American history holds no more picturesque and fascinating episode than the falling of the presidential mantle upon Calvin Coolidge. It came simultaneously with as a part of an overwhelming national sorrow. The public mourns as almost never before, but it has found time, even in its grief, to be electrified by the suddenly discovered personality of him who awoke under the eaves of the Vermont farmhouse that August midnight, to blink his eyes for a moment in the dull glow of an oil lamp, and to hear himself named the personal leader of more than 100 million citizens. His acts of the succeeding few hours denoted the simple orderliness of his clear mind. To the few gathered about him he revealed, first, deepest emotion at the passing of his friend and leader. He sent a message of consolation to the stunned helpmate of the great man, whose weary body had released its spirit. He obediently followed the advice of the momentary heads of the government, and speedily took his oath of office, availing himself of the adequate, even if unusual, means immediately at his hand. He ate a simple farm breakfast. He packed and strapped his trunk. He gave the nation a brief, clear, encouraging message. He stole away a moment to visit his mother's grave. Then he went to the nearest railroad station, declined the pomp of a special train, and journeyed out of a quiet, rural New England into an immeasurable responsibility that will claim him, who knows how long. He went with a calm self-possession that in those memorable hours of August 3rd spoke volumes of hope to a grief-bowed nation and a bewildered capital. Calvin Coolidge's journey to Washington that day was in some strange way like the homecoming of a strong, able son when death has removed the beloved head of the family. New England in general, and Massachusetts in particular, may be expected to idolize a bit their native son, who has under such dramatic conditions taken his seat in the big chair at the White House. He is the first from New England to do so since Franklin Pierce, the first from Massachusetts since John Quincy Adams. But in it all you will find the paramount New England sentiment for and about Coolidge today to be this, that the rest of the country shall come to know quite speedily what manner of man Calvin Coolidge really is, and to grasp the surprising fact that his police strike halo and his have faith in Massachusetts speech are only incidental manifestations of a great intelligence and a great character eminently sufficient to meet every demand that his elevation to supreme authority can make upon them. New England and Massachusetts, fully sharing the nation's grief at the untimely passing of President Harding, are saying to the nation and the world, keep your eyes on this plain, quiet, decisive citizen of ours who has had to step into the breach. He is a statesman of highest caliber. Have faith in Coolidge. Revelations of personality. And it is to the American people's decided advantage to study the man. The view they had of his personality 3 years ago, when a single official act of his gave him the limelight and a nomination, was fleeting and insufficient. His conduct of his work at Washington since then was a dutiful performance of an almost colorless job, except that by a wise chief's wisdom, Coolidge sat in with the mighty and observed what he learned. Americans at large have yet a great deal to find out about this lean-faced, sandy-complexioned, twangy-voiced, modest-mannered Yankee who registers embarrassing reticence one moment and displays whip-like decisiveness the next. Most of the people outside New England and Washington who have heard of Coolidge have doubtless gained a more or less definite impression that he is a silent, gloomy man without a glimmer of humor, probably very scholarly, certainly unemotional, notoriously no sportsman, and unquestionably dripping with New England conservatism. Now, some of these impressions of him have traces of correctness, but some of them haven't, and above it all, the man is intensely human and preeminently a wise leader. Many of these citizens of other localities have had no accurate line on Coolidge's executive abilities. Being a governor, settling a policeman's strike the right way, and writing a speech or two that caught the popular fancy have not, to them, constituted prima facie evidence of the ability to swing the White House. Why should they? Haven't other governors of other states sometimes done things too? But the more one checks up the busy years of Calvin Coolidge's private and public life, the more they reveal his unusual fitness for the responsibilities he assumed in the feeble lamplight in the old Vermont farmhouse that morning. It is this that his home friends and neighbors desire to become known far and wide, for when it is known, the good fortune that is supposed to have dropped suddenly into the lap of Calvin Coolidge will be found to have descended, instead, upon his fellow countrymen. Let's close the ranks. Even in these first few days of his leadership, his ability to assume promptly and with complete efficiency the reins of executive authority is notably demonstrated. The oldest inhabitants and observers at the national capital are astounded at the ease and self-possession with which Calvin Coolidge has sat down in the big chair, retained to himself every eminent counselor in the official executive family, attacked quietly and determinedly in the accumulation of major matters sufficient to stagger a less able beginner, and manipulated them to the dawning admiration of a nation almost holding its breath. His ability to make even this beginning, as an index of the resources, the long-trained habits of correct analysis, of action and of decisiveness concealed under the mild, modest exterior of Calvin Coolidge. Men such as the Harding cabinet members, each a tower of individualism, and each with his own personal freedom of action to consider in its relation to his future, do not overturn time-honored custom and remain with a new incoming chief unless he possesses a remarkable something to hold them. Calvin Coolidge has it. It is their confidence in his certainty of statesmanship and the successful use thereof, nothing else. To them he quietly and feelingly said, "Let's close the ranks and go ahead." They did. The gentlemen of the press as assembled in Washington, nearly 200 of them, are hard-boiled. They have to be. They are shrewd, critical, truthful. They have to be that too. They tell the truth about a president or lose their jobs. These newspaper men are very plainly surprised at the facility with which the new president has got started in his work. They rise en masse to tell this world that Calvin Coolidge is among the most approachable, communicative occupants of the big chair that have sat there these many years. Americans like to know everything that there is to know about their president. Then they usually judge him on 3 points: his broad general ability as an executive, his readiness to understand and help great groups of his citizens, his capacity as a good mixer, and they are in a measure as joyous at his proficiency in the last as they are soberly satisfied with his possession in the first or his activity in the second. This country is going to see Calvin Coolidge give brilliant demonstration of his executive wisdom. It is going to see him display a knowledge of and sympathy with the sectional needs of his great bailiwick that were ingrained in him and conspicuously employed during his experience as the leader of a great commonwealth. His rating as a good mixer on today's basis of popular estimating is probably below par. But anyone who chooses for that reason to look askance at Calvin Coolidge's qualifications would better look twice and think hard before he does so. A president in the making. An able press has hastened to record with almost the fullness and accuracy of seasoned history the life and acts of Calvin Coolidge. They commence that July 4th, 51 years ago, when he first saw the light in a little room at the rear of his father's general store in Plymouth Notch, Vermont. The chronicle runs through his rather uneventful boyhood on the farm and his not conspicuous career as a country lawyer, then reaches the era of Coolidge's public life, starting with his becoming Republican city committeeman in Northampton. It traces his performance all the way through the state organization up to the governor's chair, touches on his succeeding service as a presiding officer of National Senate, and concludes with his unexpected elevation to the presidency. Viewed in comparison with the careers of other public men who have ascended to the chief magistracy or even lesser heights, Calvin Coolidge's environments and experiences in service are not the most showy on record, but accurately analyzed, they disclose the evidences of his peculiar fitness for supreme leadership. To support New England's belief that the rest of the world will now do well to have faith in Calvin Coolidge, it is necessary only to connect a few high spots in his life with his motives and acts at those times. These disclose the type of man who has so tranquilly assumed the heaviest burden now borne by any executive anywhere in the world. As a small boy, he developed a fondness for attending the town meetings, over which his father presided as moderator for many years. Peg this because it marked Calvin Coolidge's introduction to government, orderly and disorderly. This, plus his typically solid legal training and habits of keen analysis, gave him an excellent groundwork for his knowledge of men when assembled for collective action. The kind of a youth who could win a gold medal for writing an essay on American history and then tuck it away without exhibiting it to his family, to escape the risk of being thought boastful, has unusual and detached powers of self-restraint. Coolidge did this. Which brings to mind the laconic remark of a raw Western farmer who heard Coolidge make a speech from the tail end of a railroad train in the last national campaign, in which the modest candidate talked about everything and everybody but himself. "Wow, cow don't blow none." Rich, indeed, is the record of Calvin Coolidge's progress through the political and legislative life of Massachusetts. As people turn to review it today, they are moved to marvel that, notable as they estimated it at the time, they did not appraise it even higher. Being a farmer, and a good one before he was a lawyer, he came to have a finger in substantially every piece of good agricultural legislation that came up at the Massachusetts State House after his arrival there. Let farm blocks take notice. Dirt farmers have nothing on Calvin Coolidge. Not yet have Massachusetts political circles forgotten how, as chairman of the State Committee on Agriculture, Coolidge metaphorically sweat blood in the interest of a certain historic measure calculated to benefit Massachusetts farmers sanely. And then, when defeated, turned loose the power of his personal influence and put the crusher on a flock of competitive bills that Massachusetts farmers had adjudged impracticable. A sizable part of Coolidge's remarkable equipment for his duties today is his experience, both as legislator and governor, with a profusion of labor, agricultural, social, and welfare issues that happened to sweep through the Massachusetts State House during his official presence there. Scores of the laws that now compose Massachusetts' far-famed policies on industrial and business equity and human relations, including soldiers' welfare, either bear the marks of Calvin Coolidge's handiwork while in the ranks, or his signature as chief magistrate. Let working men and working women and veterans of the wars and people everywhere take notice of that, too. And it is well to remember this. During all the period of his public life in Massachusetts, from his first election to the House in 1907, through his service in the Senate, his 3-year service period as lieutenant governor, and 2 years incumbency of the governor's chair, ending in 1920, the public and even his stoutest political opponents have never had other than the highest respect for Calvin Coolidge's soundness and statesmanship, courage in action, and fair play in every public and private relation. He bears the reputation of never having broken a promise. There is in Boston today an old newspaper man who has not yet ceased to marvel that at the moment when the official committee was ushered into Coolidge's office at the State House to escort him to the final ceremony of his gubernatorial retirement, he kept the gorgeous delegation waiting 3 minutes while he carefully read and signed a certain letter he had promised to have ready at that time for the newspaper man. When decisiveness made history. To Coolidge, the handling of the now famous Boston police strike was all in the day's work. He merely saw no other course to follow than the one he did follow. Privately, he rather suspected it might spell his political finale, but this aspect of it could not have weight with him. He anticipated no public acclaim, no historic performance in the electrifying sentence embodied in his telegram to Samuel Gompers. There is no right to strike against the public safety by anybody, anywhere, anytime. In reality, it was the axiomatic expression of a conviction springing from a highly trained mind that was concentrated at that moment on an enormous vital principle of the government. So, too, his Have Faith in Massachusetts speech to the Bay State Senate in accepting its chairmanship and his short Do the Day's Work address on a similar occasion later were natural results of his instinctive ability in impressive diction. His senatorial appeal for brevity, on still another like occasion, ranks high for its epigrammatic value. Honorable Senators, my sincerest thanks I offer you. Conserve the firm foundation of our institution. Do your work with the spirit of a soldier in the public service. Be loyal to the Commonwealth and to yourselves. And be brief. Above all things, be brief. Those citizens who in today's great encounter with domestic and worldwide issues are praying for wise action in the Congress and the White House may take comfort from this utterance by Coolidge to the Massachusetts Senate. Don't hurry to legislate. Give administration a chance to catch up with legislation. Or from these, industry cannot flourish if labor languishes. Suspension of one man's profits is suspension of another man's pay envelope. No one man is qualified to dictate to a great nation. And if anyone should be tempted to question Calvin Coolidge's courage or decisiveness, let him recall that at the moment when a delegation of some of Massachusetts' most influential citizens were calling on him to induce him to modify his proposed drastic action in the Boston policemen's strike, he gazed silently into their faces, then lifted his pen and signed the now famous Law and Order Proclamation. Is Cal humorous? Is Coolidge devoid of a sense of humor? This grave question needs examination, and maybe he hasn't any fun in him. At any rate, he is not boisterous. He does not chortle. Unlike Abe Lincoln, Coolidge rarely, if ever, tells a funny story. Unlike Roosevelt, he pokes little or no fun at his associates. He has been known not to smile broadly for days at a stretch. In public, smart, subtle sallies have often been shot at him without eliciting even a solitary guffaw. But let's see, what would you say of a college youth who grew sadly weary of the interminable daily hash at his boarding house, and who, before attacking the conventional and mysterious mixture one day, looked suspiciously about him, and then into the unfriendly eyes of the servant girl, and slyly asked, "Maria, where's Fido?" "In the kitchen, Cal." "Call him in, I want to see him." "Here he is, Cal." "Ah, all right, Maria." Was it cold, serious information that Chairman Coolidge once imparted to an irate Massachusetts senator when, on receiving an official complaint from the said irate statesman that a hostile colleague had in debate consigned him to a certain torrid locality, Coolidge announced soothingly, "I've looked up the law, Senator, and you don't have to go there"? Was he wholly serious when, in answer to a charming lady's timid query as to his favorite hobby, he replied with a twinkle in his eyes, "Running for office, I guess"? Just how chronically somber is the temperament of a man who has over the fireplace in the living room at his Northampton home this framed motto: "A wise owl sat on an oak. The more he saw, the less he spoke. The less he spoke, the more he heard. Why can't we all be like that bird?" But let an anxious constituency be comforted. Cal Coolidge has humor. Those close to him, and there are several such, aver of their own knowledge that he is possessed of a normal sense of fun. The point is, he uses it advisedly, not at all publicly, and only when in the Coolidge judgment it is appropriate. Who made him president? If anyone proclaims Calvin Coolidge as a child of destiny, let us be earnestly thankful to destiny. A judge out in Oregon can be said to have started Coolidge on his way to the presidency by precipitating his landslide selection as the vice presidential nominee at Chicago. Shall Judge McMahon therefore be hailed now as the president-maker? Or shall it be the people of Massachusetts who happened to have Coolidge in the governor's office when the police strike came up? Or must we give the credit to the firm old lawyers up in Northampton, Massachusetts, who gave him the law training that first focused local attention on the young man? Or shall we not admit and enjoy admitting the truth, which is that Colonel John C. Coolidge and his sainted wife, who brought Calvin Coolidge into the world and endowed him with an unusual brain and certain moral qualities, are in this case the real president-makers? And that, being thus endowed, Calvin Coolidge thereafter sought the ways of truth and substantial self-development. so that when the call came, through whatever devious circumstances, he was equipped and ready. For that is the whole fact of it. There is an old and wise saying that none but an able man will ever reach the White House. In the final analysis, it is Coolidge's sound character and ability, as disclosed to the American people themselves, that placed him in the avenue of direct succession to the presidency. Of himself, Mr. Coolidge said not so very long ago, "I have no idea why I've been successful in politics. Certainly I have no secret about it. It has seemed to come naturally that people have desired me to perform certain public functions, which I have undertaken to do. I have felt a personal obligation to give the public the best that I have." Calvin Coolidge's future is in the hands of God, the American people, and himself. He will broaden a little in every direction every day he sits in the White House. Governmental storms, if they should come, will not shake him. His remarkable ability to judge the future effect of legislation will be a revelation to the nation. He is magnificently trained for his post, and his hands are free. End of Have Faith in Coolidge by Eugene M. Weeks. Read by Elsie Selwyn.
Immortality, from A Cynic Looks at Life, by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. Immortality, by Ambrose Bierce. The desire for life everlasting has commonly been affirmed to be universal. At least that is a view taken by those unacquainted with Oriental faiths and with Oriental character. Those of us whose knowledge is a trifle wider are not prepared to say that the desire is universal, nor even general. If a devout Buddhist, for example, wishes to live always, he has not succeeded in very clearly formulating the desire. The sort of thing that he is pleased to hope for is not what we should call life, and not what many of us would care for. When a man says that everybody has a horror of annihilation, we may be sure that he has not many opportunities for observation, or that he has not availed himself of all that he has. Most persons go to sleep rather gladly, yet sleep is virtual annihilation while it lasts, and if it should last forever, the sleeper would be no worse off after 1,000,000 years of it than after an hour of it. There are minds sufficiently logical to think of it that way, and to them annihilation is not a disagreeable thing to contemplate and expect. In this matter of immortality, people's beliefs appear to go along with their wishes. The man who is content with annihilation thinks he will get it. Those who want immortality are pretty sure they are immortal, and that is a very comfortable allotment of faiths. The few of us that are left unprovided for are those who do not bother themselves much with the matter one way or another. The question of human immortality is the most momentous that the mind is capable of conceiving. If it is a fact that the dead live, all other facts are in comparison trivial and without interest. The prospect of obtaining certain knowledge with regard to this stupendous matter is not encouraging. In all countries but those in barbarism, the powers of the profoundest and most penetrating intellects have been ceaselessly addressed to the task of glimpsing a life beyond this life. Yet today, no one can truly say that he knows. It is as much a matter of faith as ever it was. Our modern Christian nations profess a passionate hope and belief in another world. Yet the most popular writer and speaker of his time, the man whose lectures drew the largest audiences, the work of whose pen brought him the highest rewards, was he who most strenuously strove to destroy the ground of that hope and unsettle the foundations of that belief. The famous and popular Frenchman, professor of spectacular astronomy, Camille Flammarion, affirms immortality because he has talked with departed souls who say that it is true. Yes, monsieur, but surely you know the rule about hearsay evidence. We Anglo-Saxons are very particular about that. M. Flammarion says, "I don't repudiate the presumptive arguments of schoolmen. I merely supplement them with something positive. For instance, If you assume the existence of God, this argument of the scholastics is a good one. God has implanted in all men the desire of perfect happiness. This desire cannot be satisfied in our lives here. If there were not another life wherein to satisfy it, then God would be a deceiver. Voilà trot. There is more. The desire of perfect happiness does not imply immortality, even if there is a God. For, 1, God may not have implanted it, but merely suffers it to exist, as he suffers sin to exist, the desire of wealth, the desire to live longer than we do in this world. It is not held that God implanted all the desires of the human heart. Then why hold that he implanted that of perfect happiness? 2. Even if he did, even if a divinely implanted desire entails its own gratification, even if it cannot be gratified in this life, that does not imply immortality. It implies only another life long enough for its gratification just once. An eternity of gratification is not a logical inference from it. 3. Perhaps God is a deceiver. Who knows that he is not? Assumption of the existence of a God is one thing. Assumption of the existence of a God who is honorable and candid, according to our conception of honor and candor, is another. 4. There may be an honorable and candid God. He may have implanted in us a desire of perfect happiness. It may be, it is, impossible to gratify that desire in this life. Still, another life is not implied, for God may not have intended us to draw the inference that he is going to gratify it. If omniscient and omnipotent, God must be held to have intended whatever occurs, but no such God is assumed in Mr. Flammarone's illustration, and it may be that God's knowledge and power are limited, or that one of them is limited. Mr. Flammarone is a learned, if somewhat theatrical, astronomer. He has a tremendous imagination, which naturally is more at home in the marvelous and catastrophic than in the orderly regions of familiar phenomena. To him the heavens are an immense pyrotechnicon, and he is the master of the show and sets off the fireworks. But he knows nothing of logic, which is the science of straight thinking, and his view of things have therefore no value. They are nebulous. Nothing is clearer than that our pre-existence is a dream, having absolutely no basis on anything that we know or can hope to know. Of after-existence there is said to be evidence, or rather testimony, in assurances of those who are in the present enjoyment of it, if it is enjoyable. Whether this testimony has actually been given, and it is the only testimony worth a moment's consideration, is a disputed point. Many persons living this life profess to have received it, but nobody professes, or even has professed, to have received a communication of any kind from one in actual existence of the forelife. The souls are yet ungarmented, if such there are dumb to question. The land beyond the grave has been, if not observed, yet often and variously described, if not explored and surveyed, yet carefully charted. From among so many accounts of it that we have, he must be fastidious indeed who cannot be suited. But of the fatherland that spreads before the cradle, the great heretofore, wherein we all dwelt if we are to dwell in the hereafter, we have no account. Nobody professes knowledge of that. No testimony reaches our ears of flesh concerning its topography or other features. No one has been so enterprising as to wrest from its actual inhabitants any particulars of their character and appearance. And among educated experts and professional proponents of the worlds to be, there is a general denial of its existence. I am of their way of thinking about that. The fact that we have no recollection of the former life is entirely conclusive of the matter. To have lived an unrecollected life is impossible and unthinkable, for there would be nothing to connect the new life with the old, no thread of continuity, nothing that persisted from the one life to the other, The later birth would be that of another person, an altogether different being, unrelated to the first, a new John Smith succeeding to the late Tom Jones. Let us not be misled here by false analogy. Today I may get a thwackum azard which will give me an intervening season of unconsciousness between yesterday and tomorrow. Thereafter I may live a green old age with no recollection of anything that I knew, or did, or was before the accident. Yet I shall be the same person, for between the old life and the new there is a nexus, a thread of continuity, something spanning the gulf from one state to the other, and the same in both, namely, my body with its habits, capacities, and powers. That is I. That identifies me to others as my former self, authenticates and credentials me as the person that incurred the cranial mischance, dislodging memory. But when death occurs, all is dislodged, if memory is, for between two merely mental or spiritual existences, memory is the only nexus conceivable. Consciousness of identity is the only identity. To live again without memory of having lived before is to live another. Re-existence without recollection is absurd. There is nothing to re-exist. The End of Immortality by Ambrose Bierce.
A Meditation by James Howell, 1594 to 1666, from Familiar Letters of James Howell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To my honorable friend, Sir C.C. Sir, I was on a point of going abroad to steal a solitary walk when yours of the 12th current came to hand. The high researches and choice abstracted notions I found therein seemed to heighten my spirits, and make my fancy fitter for my intended retirement and meditation. Add thereunto that the countenance of the weather invited me, for it was a still evening. It was also a clear open sky, not a speck or the least wrinkle appeared in the whole face of heaven. 'Twas such a pure deep azure all the hemisphere over, that I wondered what was become of the 3 regions of the air with their meteors. So having got into a close field, I cast my face upward, and fell to consider what a rare prerogative the optic virtue of the eye hath, much more the intuitive virtue in the thought, that the one in a moment can reach heaven, and the other go beyond it. Therefore, sure that philosopher was but a kind of frantic fool that would have plucked out both his eyes, because they were a hindrance to his speculations. Moreover, I began to contemplate, as I was in this posture, the vast magnitude of the universe, and what proportion this poor globe of earth might bear with it. For if those numberless bodies which stick in the vast roof of heaven, though they appear to us but as spangles, be some of them thousands of times bigger than the earth, take the sea with it to boot, for they both make but one sphere. Surely the astronomers had reason to term this sphere an invisible point, and a thing of no dimension at all, being compared with the whole world. I fell then to think that at the second general destruction, it is no more for Almighty God to fire this earth than for us to blow up a small squib, or rather one small grain of gunpowder. As I was musing thus, I spied a swarm of gnats waving up and down the air about me, which I knew to be part of the universe as well as I, and methought it was a strange opinion of our Aristotle to hold, that the least of those small insected ephemerans should be more noble than the sun, because it had a sensitive soul in it. I fell to think that in the same proportion which those animalilios bore with me in points of bigness, the same I held with those glorious spirits which are near the throne of the Almighty. What then should we think of the magnitude of the Creator himself? Doubtless 'tis beyond the reach of any human imagination to conceive it. In my private devotions I presume to compare him to a great mountain of light, and my soul seems to discern some glorious form therein. But suddenly, as she would fix her eyes upon the object, her sight is presently dazzled and disgregated with the refulgency and coruscations thereof. Walking a little further, I spied a young boisterous bull breaking over hedge and ditch to a herd of kine in the next pasture, which made me think that if that fierce strong animal, with others of that kind, knew their own strength, they would never suffer man to be their master. Then, looking upon them quietly grazing up and down, I fell to consider that the flesh which is daily dished upon our table is but concocted grass, which is recarnified in our stomachs, and transmuted to another flesh. I fell also to think what advantage those innocent animals had of man, who, as soon as nature cast them into the world, find their meat dressed and cloth laid, and the table covered. They find their drink brewed and the buttery open, their beds made and their clothes ready. And though man hath the faculty of reason to make him a compensation for the want of those advantages, yet his reason brings with it 1,000 perturbations of mind, and perplexities of spirit, griping cares and anguishes of thought, which those harmless silly creatures were exempted from. Going on, I came to repose myself upon the trunk of a tree, and I fell to consider further what advantage that dull vegetable had of those feeding animals, as not to be so troublesome and beholden to nature, nor to be subject to starving, to diseases, to the inclemency of the weather, and to be far long lived. Then I spied a great stone, and sitting a while upon it, I fell to weigh in my thoughts that the stone was in a happier condition in some respects than either of those sensitive creatures or vegetables I saw before. In regard to that stone, which propagates by assimilation, as the philosophers say, needed neither grass nor hay, nor any aliment for restoration of nature, nor water to refresh its roots, or the heat of the sun to attract the moisture upwards to increase growth, as the others did. As I directed my pace homeward, I spied a kite soaring high in the air, and gently gliding up and down the clear region so far above my head. Then I fell to envy the bird extremely, and repine at his happiness, that he should have a privilege to make a nearer approach to heaven than I. Excuse me that I trouble you thus with these rambling meditations. They are to correspond with you in some part for those accurate fancies of yours lately sent me. So I rest, your entire and true servitor, J. H. Holborn, 17 March 1639. End of Meditation by James Howell, 1594 to 1666. From the Familiar Letters of James Howell.
A Modest Proposal by Jonathan Swift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in March 2019. A Modest Proposal for preventing the children of poor people in Ireland from being a burden to their parents or the country, and for making them beneficial to the public. By Jonathan Swift. It is a melancholy object to those who walk through this great town. or travel in the country when they see the streets, the roads, and cabin doors crowded with beggars of the female sex, followed by 3, 4, or 6 children, all in rags, and importuning every passenger for an alms. These mothers, instead of being able to work for their honest livelihood, are forced to employ all their time in strolling, to beg sustenance for their helpless infants, who, as they grow up, either turn thieves for want of work, or leave their dear native country to fight for the Pretender in Spain, or sell themselves to the Barbados. I think it is agreed by all parties that this prodigious number of children in the arms or on the backs or at the heels of their mothers, and frequently of their fathers, is in the present deplorable state of the kingdom a very great additional grievance. And therefore whoever could find out a fair, cheap, and easy method of making these children sound and useful members of the Commonwealth would deserve so well of the public as to have his statue set up for a preserver of the nation. But my intention is very far from being confined to provide only for the children of professed beggars. It is of a much greater extent, and shall take in the whole number of infants at a certain age, who are born of parents in effect as little able to support them as those who demand our charity in the streets. As to my own part, having turned my thoughts for many years upon this important subject, and maturely weighed the several schemes of other projectors, I have always found them grossly mistaken in their computation. It is true a child just dropped from its dam may be supported by her milk, for a solar year with little other nourishment, at most not above the value of 2 shillings, which the mother may certainly get, or the value in scraps, by her lawful occupation of begging, and it is exactly at 1 year old that I propose to provide for them, in such a manner as, instead of being a charge upon their parents or the parish, or wanting food and raiment for the rest of their lives, they shall, on the contrary, contribute to the feeding and partly to the clothing of many thousands. There is likewise another great advantage in my scheme, that it will prevent those voluntary abortions, and that horrid practice of women murdering their bastard children, alas, too frequent among us, sacrificing the poor innocent babes, I doubt, more to avoid the expense than the shame, which would move tears and pity in the most savage and inhuman breast. The number of souls in this kingdom being usually reckoned 1.5 million, of these I calculate there may be about 200,000 couple whose wives are breeders, from which number I subtract 30,000 couples who are able to maintain their own children, although I apprehend there cannot be so many under the present distresses of the kingdom. But this being granted, there will remain 170,000 breeders. I again subtract 50,000 for those women who miscarry, or whose children die by accident or disease within the year. There only remain 120,000 children of poor parents annually born. The question therefore is, how this number shall be reared and provided for, which, as I have already said, under the present situation of affairs, is utterly impossible by all the methods hitherto proposed, for we can neither employ them in handicraft or agriculture, we neither build houses, I mean in the country, nor cultivate land. They can very seldom pick up a livelihood by stealing till they arrive at 6 years old, except where they are of cowardly parts, although, I confess, they learn the rudiments much earlier, during which time they can however be properly looked upon as probationers, as I have been informed by a principal gentleman in the county of Cavan, who protested to me that he never knew above 1 or 2 instances under the age of 6, even in a part of the kingdom so renowned for the quickest proficiency in that art. I am assured by our merchants that a boy or girl before 12 years old is no saleable commodity, and even when they come to this age, they will not yield above £3, or £3.5 a crown at most, on the exchange, which cannot turn to account either to the parents or the kingdom, the charge of nutriment and rags having been at least 4 times that value. I shall now therefore humbly propose my own thoughts, which I hope will not be liable under the least objection. I have been assured by a very knowing American of my acquaintance in London that a young healthy child well nursed is at a year old a most delicious, nourishing, and wholesome food, whether stewed, roasted, baked, or boiled, and I make no doubt that it will equally serve in a fricassee or a ragouste. I do therefore humbly offer it to public consideration that of the 120,000 children already computed, 20,000 may be reserved for breed, whereof only 1/4 part to be males, which is more than we allow to sheep, black cattle, or swine, and my reason is that these children are seldom the fruits of marriage, a circumstance not much regarded by our savages. Therefore, 1 male will be sufficient to serve 4 females. That the remaining 100,000 may at a year old be offered in sale to the persons of quality and fortune through the kingdom, always advising the mother to let them suck plentifully in the last month, so as to render them plump and fat for a good table. A child will make 2 dishes at an entertainment for friends, and when the family dines alone, the fore or hind quarter will make a reasonable dish, and seasoned with a little pepper or salt, will be very good boiled on the 4th day, especially in winter. I have reckoned upon a medium that a child just born will weigh 12 pounds, and in a solar year, if tolerably nursed, increaseth to 28 pounds. I grant this food will be somewhat dear, and therefore very proper for landlords, who, as they have already devoured most of the parents, seem to have the best title to the children. Infant's flesh will be in season throughout the year, but more plentiful in March, and a little before and after, for we are told by a grave author, an eminent French physician, that fish being a prolific diet, there are more children born in Roman Catholic countries about 9 months after Lent. The markets will be more glutted than usual, because the number of popish infants is at least 3 to 1 in this kingdom, and therefore it will have one other collateral advantage by lessening the number of papists among us. I have already computed the charge of nursing a beggar's child, in which list I reckon all cottagers, labourers, and 4/5 of the farmers, to be about 2 shillings per annum, rags included, and I believe no gentleman would repine to give 10 shillings for the carcass of a good fat child, which, as I have said, will make 4 dishes of excellent nutritive meat, when he hath only some particular friend or his own family to dine with him. Thus the squire will learn to be a good landlord, and grow popular among his tenants. The mother will have 8 shillings net profit, and be fit for work till she produceth another child. Those who are more thrifty, as I must confess the times require, may flay the carcass, the skin of which, artificially dressed, will make admirable gloves for ladies and summer boots for fine gentlemen. As to our city of Dublin, shambles may be appointed for this purpose, in the most convenient parts of it, and butchers we may be assured will not be wanting, although I rather recommend buying the children alive, and dressing them hot from the knife, as we do roasting pigs. A very worthy person, a true lover of his country, and whose virtues I highly esteem, was lately pleased, in discoursing on this matter, to offer a refinement among my scheme. He said, that many gentlemen of this kingdom, having of late destroyed their deer, he conceived that the want of venison might be well supplied by the bodies of young lads and maidens not exceeding 14 years of age, nor under 12, so great a number of both sexes in every country being now ready to starve, for want of work and service, and these to be disposed of by their parents, if alive, or otherwise by their nearest relations. But with due deference to so excellent a friend and so deserving a patriot, I cannot be altogether in his sentiments, for as to the males, my American acquaintance assured me from frequent experience that their flesh was generally tough and lean, like that of our schoolboys, by continual exercise, and their taste disagreeable, and to fatten them would not answer the charge. Then as to the females, it would, I think with humble submission, be a loss to the public, because they soon would become breeders themselves, And besides, it is not improbable that some scrupulous people might be apt to censure such a practice, although indeed very unjustly, as a little bordering upon cruelty, which, I confess, hath always been with me the strongest objection against any project, however so well intended. But in order to justify my friend, he confessed that this expedient was put into his head by the famous Salmanazor, a native of the island Formosa, who came from thence to London about 20 years ago, and in conversation told my friend that in his country, when a young person happened to be put to death, the executioner sold the carcass to persons of quality, as a prime dainty, and that, in his time, the body of a plump girl of 15, who was crucified for an attempt to poison the emperor, was sold to his Imperial Majesty's Prime Minister of State, and other great mandarins of the court, in joints from the gibbet, at 400 crowns. Neither indeed can I deny that if the same use were made of several plump young girls in this town, who, without one single groat to their fortunes, cannot stir abroad without a chair, and appear at the playhouse and assemblies in foreign fineries, which they never will pay for, the kingdom would not be the worse. Some persons of a desponding spirit are in great concern about that vast number of poor people, who are aged, diseased, or maimed, and I have been desired to employ my thoughts what course may be taken to ease the nation of so grievous an encumbrance. But I am not in the least pain about the matter, because it is very well known that they are every day dying and rotting, by cold and famine and filth and vermin, as fast as can be reasonably expected. And as to the younger labourers, they are now in almost as hopeful a condition. They cannot get work, and consequently pine away for want of nourishment, to a degree that if at any time they are accidentally hired to common labour, they have no strength to perform it, and thus the country and themselves are happily delivered from the evils to come. I have too long digressed, and therefore shall return to my subject. I think the advantages by the proposal which I have made are obvious and many, as well as of the highest importance. For, first, as I have already observed, it would greatly lessen the number of papists, with whom we are yearly overrun, being the principal breeders of the nation, as well as our most dangerous enemies, and who stay at home on purpose with a design to deliver the kingdom to the Pretender, hoping to take their advantage by the absence of so many good Protestants, who have chosen rather to leave their country than stay at home and pay tithes against their conscience to an episcopal curate. Secondly, the poorer tenants will have something valuable of their own, which by law may be made liable to distress, and help to pay their landlord's rent, their corn and cattle being already seized, and money a thing unknown. Thirdly, whereas the maintenance of 100,000 children from 2 years old and upwards cannot be computed at less than 10 shillings apiece per annum, the nation's stock will be thereby increased by £50,000 per annum, besides the profit of a new dish, introduced to the tables of all gentlemen of fortune in the kingdom who have any refinement in taste, and the money will circulate among ourselves, the goods being entirely of our own growth and manufacture. Fourthly, the constant breeders, besides the gain of 8 shillings per annum by the sale of their children, will be rid of the charge of maintaining them after the first year. Fifthly, this food would likewise bring great custom to taverns, where the vintners will certainly be so prudent as to produce the best receipts for dressing it to perfection, and consequently have their houses frequented by all the fine gentlemen who justly value themselves upon their knowledge in good eating, and a skilful cook who understands how to oblige his guests will contrive to make it as expensive as they please. Sixthly, this would be a great inducement to marriage, which all wise nations have either encouraged by rewards or enforced by laws and penalties. It would increase the care and tenderness of mothers toward their children when they were sure of a settlement for life, to the poor babes, provided in some sort by the public to their annual profit instead of expense. We should soon see an honest emulation among the married women, which of them could bring the fattest child to the market. Men would become as fond of their wives during the time of their pregnancy as they are now of their mares in foal, their cows in calves, or sows when they are ready to farrow, nor offer to beat or kick them, as it is too frequent a practice, for fear of a miscarriage. Many other advantages might be enumerated. For instance, the addition of some 1,000 carcasses in our exportation of barreled beef, the propagation of swine's flesh, and improvement in the art of making good bacon, so much wanted among us by the great destruction of pigs, too frequent at our tables, which are in no way comparable in taste or magnificence to a well-grown, fat yearling child, which roasted whole will make a considerable figure at a Lord Mayor's feast, or any other public entertainment. But this and many others I omit, being studious of brevity. Supposing that 1,000 families in this city would be constant customers for infants' flesh, besides others who might have it at merry meetings, particularly weddings and christenings, I compute that Dublin would take off annually about 20,000 carcasses, and the rest of the kingdom, where probably they will be sold somewhat cheaper, the remaining 80,000. I can think of no one objection that will possibly be raised against this proposal, unless it should be urged that the number of people will be thereby much lessened in the kingdom. This I freely own, and it was indeed one principal design in offering it to the world. I desire the reader will observe that I calculate my remedy for this one individual kingdom of Ireland, and for no other than ever was, is, or, I think, ever can be upon earth. Therefore let no man talk to me of other expedients, of taxing our absentees at 5 shillings a pound, of using neither clothes nor household furniture, except what is of our own growth and manufacture, of utterly rejecting the materials and instruments that promote foreign luxury, of curing the expensiveness of pride, vanity, idleness, and gaming in our women, of introducing a vein of parsimony, prudence, and temperance, of learning to love our country, wherein we differ even from Laplanders and the inhabitants of Topinamboo, of quitting our animosities and factions, nor act any longer like the Jews who were murdering one another at the very moment their city was taken, of being a little cautious not to sell our country and consciences for nothing, of teaching landlords to have at least one degree of mercy towards their tenants. Lastly, of putting a spirit of honesty, industry, and skill into our shopkeepers, who, if a resolution could now be taken to buy only our native goods, would immediately unite to cheat and exact upon us in the price, the measure, and the goodness, nor could ever yet be brought to make one fair proposal of just dealing, though often and earnestly invited to it. Therefore, I repeat, let no man talk to me of these and the like expedients, till he hath at least some glimpse of hope that there will ever be some hearty and sincere attempt to put them in practice. But as to myself, having been wearied out for many years with offering vain, idle, visionary thoughts, and at length utterly despairing of success, I fortunately fell upon this proposal, which, as it is wholly new, so it hath something solid and real, of no expense and little trouble, full in our own power, and whereby we can incur no danger in disobliging England. For this kind of commodity will not bear exportation, the flesh being of too tender a consistence, to admit a long continuance in salt, although perhaps I could name a country which would be glad to eat up our whole nation without it. After all, I am not so violently bent upon my own opinion as to reject any offer proposed by wise men which shall be found equally innocent, cheap, easy, and effectual. But before something of that kind shall be advanced in contradiction to my scheme, and offering a better, I desire the author or authors will be pleased maturely to consider 2 points. First, as things now stand, how they will be able to find food and raiment for 100,000 useless mouths and backs. And secondly, there being a round million of creatures in human figure throughout this kingdom, whose whole subsistence put into a common stock would leave them in debt of 2 million of pounds sterling, adding those who are beggars by profession, to the bulk of farmers, cottagers, and laborers with their wives and children, who are beggars in effect. I desire those politicians who dislike my overture, and may perhaps be so bold to attempt an answer, that they will first ask the parents of these mortals whether they would not at this day think it a great happiness to have been sold for food at a year old, in the manner I prescribe, and therefore have avoided such a perpetual scene of misfortunes as they have since gone through, by the oppression of landlords, the impossibility of paying rent without money or trade, the want of common sustenance, with neither house nor clothes to cover them from inclemencies of weather, and the most inevitable prospect of entailing the like or greater miseries upon their breed forever. I profess in the sincerity of my heart that I have not the least personal interest in endeavouring to promote this necessary work, having no other motive than the public good of my country, by advancing our trade, providing for infants, relieving the poor, and giving some pleasure to the rich. I have no children by which I can propose to get a single penny, the youngest being 9 years old, and my wife past childbearing. End of A Modest Proposal by Jonathan Swift.
Monitions on the Flight of Time by Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The natural advantages which arise from the position of the Earth, which we inhabit with respect to the other planets, afford much employment to mathematical speculation, by which it has been discovered that no other conformation of the system could have given such commodious distributions of light and heat, or imparted fertility and pleasure to so great a part of a revolving sphere. It may be, perhaps, observed by the moralist, with equal reason, that our globe seems particularly fitted for the residence of a being, placed here only for a short time, whose task is to advance himself to a higher and happier state of existence by unremitted vigilance of caution and activity of virtue. The duties required of man are such as human nature does not willingly perform, and such as those are inclined to delay who yet intend some time to fulfill them. It was therefore necessary that this universal reluctance should be counteracted, and the drowsiness of hesitation wakened into resolve, that the danger of procrastination should be always in view, and the fallacies of security be hourly detected. To this end, all the appearances of nature uniformly conspire. Whatever we see on every side reminds us of the lapse of time and the flux of life. The day and night succeed each other. The rotation of seasons diversifies the year. The sun rises, attains the meridian, declines, and sets, and the moon every night changes its form. The day has been considered as an image of the year, and the year as the representation of life. The morning answers to the spring, and the spring to childhood and youth. The noon corresponds to the summer, and the summer to the strength of manhood. The evening is an emblem of autumn, and autumn of declining life. The night, with its silence and darkness, shows the winter, in which all the powers of vegetation are benumbed, and the winter points out the time when life shall cease with its hopes and pleasures. He that is carried forward, however swiftly, by a motion equable and easy, perceives not the change of place, but by the variation of objects. If the wheel of life, which rolls thus silently along, passed on through undistinguishable uniformity, we should never mark its approaches to the end of the course. If 1 hour were like another, if the passage of the sun did not show that the day is wasting, if the change of seasons did not impress upon us the flight of the year, quantities of duration equal to days and years would glide unobserved. If the parts of time were not variously colored, we should never discern their departure or succession, but should live thoughtless of the past and careless of the future, without will and perhaps without power to compute the periods of life, or to compare the time which is already lost with that which may probably remain. But the course of time is so visibly marked that it is observed even by the birds of passage, and by nations who have raised their minds very little above animal instinct. There are human beings whose language does not supply them with words by which they can number 5, but I have read of none that have not names for day and night, for summer and winter. Yet it is certain that these admonitions of nature, however forcible, however importunate, are too often vain, and that many who mark with such accuracy the course of time appear to have little sensibility of the decline of life. Every man has something to do which he neglects. Every man has faults to conquer which he delays to combat. So little do we accustom ourselves to consider the effects of time, that things necessary and certain often surprise us like unexpected contingencies. We leave the beauty in her bloom, and after an absence of 20 years, wonder at our return to find her faded. We meet those whom we left children, and can scarcely persuade ourselves to treat them as men. The traveler visits in age those countries through which he rambled in his youth, and hopes for merriment at the old place. The man of business, wearied with unsatisfactory prosperity, retires to the town of his nativity, and expects to play away the last years with the companions of his childhood, and recover youth in the fields where he once was young. From this inattention, so general and so mischievous, let it be every man's study to exempt himself. Let him that desires to see others happy make haste to give, while his gift can be enjoyed, and remember that every moment of delay takes away something from the value of his benefaction. And let him who purposes his own happiness reflect that while he forms his purpose, the day rolls on, and the night cometh when no man can work. End of Monitions on the Flight of Time by Samuel Johnson, read by Quaker Woodworker. A Mystery of Crowds by Lafcadio Hearn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Who has not at some time leaned over the parapet of a bridge to watch the wrinklings and dimplings of the current below, to wonder at the trembling permanency of surface shapes that never change, though the substance of them is never for 2 successive moments the same? The mystery of the spectacle fascinates, and it is worth thinking about. Symbols of the riddle of our own being are those shuddering forms. In ourselves, likewise, the substance perpetually changes with the flow of the infinite stream, but the shapes, though ever agitated by various inter-opposing forces, remain throughout the years. And who has not been fascinated also by the sight of the human stream that pours and pulses through the streets of some great metropolis? This, too, has its currents and countercurrents and eddyings. all strengthening or weakening according to the tide rise or tide ebb of the city's sea of toil. But the attraction of the greater spectacle for us is not really the mystery of motion. It is rather the mystery of man. As outside observers, we are interested chiefly by the passing forms and faces, by their intimations of personality, their suggestions of sympathy or repulsion. We soon cease to think about the general flow, for the atoms of the human current are visible to our gaze. We see them walk, and deem their movements sufficiently explained by our own experience of walking. And, nevertheless, the motions of the visible individual are more mysterious than those of the always invisible molecule of water. I am not forgetting the truth that all forms of motion are ultimately incomprehensible. I am referring only to the fact that our common relative knowledge of motions, which are supposed to depend upon will, is even less than our possible relative knowledge of the behavior of the atoms of a water current. Everyone who has lived in a great city is aware of certain laws of movement which regulate the flow of population through the more crowded thoroughfares. We need not, for present purposes, concern ourselves about the complex middle currents of the living river, with their thunder of hooves and wheels. I shall speak of the side currents only. On either footpath, the crowd naturally divides itself into an upward and a downward stream. All persons going in one direction take the right-hand side. All going in the other direction take the left-hand side. By moving with either one of these two streams, you can proceed even quickly, but you cannot walk against it. Only a drunken or insane person is likely to attempt such a thing. Between the two currents there is going on, by reason of the pressure, a continual self-displacement of individuals to left and right alternately. Such a yielding and swerving as might be represented, in a drawing of the double current, by zigzag medial lines ascending and descending. This constant yielding alone makes progress possible. Without it, the contrary streams would quickly bring each other to a standstill by lateral pressure. But it is especially where two crowd streams intersect each other, as at street angles, that this systematic self-displacement is worthy of study. Everybody observes the phenomenon, but few persons think about it. Whoever really thinks about it will discover that there is a mystery in it, a mystery which no individual experience can fully explain. In any thronged street of a great metropolis, thousands of people are constantly turning aside to left or right in order to pass each other. Whenever two persons walking in contrary directions come face to face in such a press, one of three things is likely to happen. Either there is a mutual yielding, or one makes room for the other, or else both, in their endeavor to be accommodating, step at once in the same direction, and as quickly repeat the blunder by trying to correct it, and so keep dancing to and fro in each other's way, until the first to perceive the absurdity of the situation stands still, or until the more irritable actually pushes his vis-a-vis to one side. But these blunders are relatively infrequent. All necessary yielding, as a rule, is done quickly and correctly. Of course, there must be some general law regulating all this self-displacement, some law in accord with the universal law of motion in the direction of least resistance. You have only to watch any crowded street for half an hour to be convinced of this. But the law is not easily found or formulated. There are puzzles in the phenomenon. If you study the crowd movement closely, you will perceive that those encounters in which one person yields to make way for the other are much less common than those in which both parties give way. But a little reflection will convince you that, even in cases of mutual yielding, one person must of necessity yield sooner than the other, though the difference in time of the impulse manifestation should be, as it often is, altogether inappreciable. For the sum of character, physical and psychical, cannot be precisely the same in two human beings. No two persons can have exactly equal faculties of perception and will, nor exactly similar qualities of that experience which expresses itself in mental and physical activities. And therefore, in every case of apparent mutual yielding, the yielding must really be successive, not simultaneous. Now, although what we might here call the personal equation proves that in every case of mutual yielding, one individual necessarily yields sooner than the other, it does not at all explain the mystery of the individual impulse in cases where the yielding is not mutual. It does not explain why you feel at one time that you are about to make your vis-a-vis give place, and feel at another time that you must yourself give place. What originates the feeling? A friend once attempted to answer this question by the ingenious theory of a sort of eye duel between every two persons coming face to face in a street throng. But I feel sure that his theory could account for the psychological facts in scarcely half a dozen of 1,000 such encounters. The greater number of people hurrying by each other in a dense press rarely observe faces. Only the disinterested idler has time for that. Hundreds actually pass along the street with their eyes fixed upon the pavement. Certainly it is not the man in a hurry who can guide himself by ocular snapshot views of physiognomy. He is usually absorbed in his own thoughts. I have studied my own case repeatedly. While in a crowd, I seldom look at faces, but without any conscious observation, I am always able to tell when I should give way, or when my vis-a-vis is going to save me that trouble. My knowledge is certainly intuitive, a mere knowledge of feeling, and I know not with what to compare it except that blind faculty by which, in absolute darkness, one becomes aware of the proximity of bulky objects without touching them. And my intuition is almost infallible. If I hesitate to obey it, a collision is the invariable consequence. Furthermore, I find that whenever automatic or at least semi-conscious action is replaced by reasoned action, in plainer words, whenever I begin to think about my movements, I always blunder. It is only while I am thinking of other matters, only while I am acting almost automatically, that I can thread a dense crowd with ease. Indeed, my personal experience has convinced me that what pilots one quickly and safely through a thick press is not conscious observation at all, but unreasoning, intuitive perception. Now, intuitive action of any kind represents inherited knowledge, experience of past lives. In this case, the experience of past lives incalculable. Utterly incalculable. Why do I think so? Well, simply because this faculty of intuitive self-direction in a crowd is shared by man with very inferior forms of animal being. Evolutional proof that it must be a faculty immensely older than man. Does not a herd of cattle, a herd of deer, a flock of sheep offer us the same phenomenon of mutual yielding, or a flock of birds, gregarious birds especially, crows, sparrows, wild pigeons, or a shoal of fish. Even among insects, bees, ants, termites, we can study the same law of intuitive self-displacement. The yielding in all these cases must still represent an inherited experience unimaginably old. Could we endeavor to retrace the whole course of such inheritance, the attempt would probably lead us back not only to the very beginnings of sentient life upon this planet, but further, back into the history of non-sentient substance, back even to the primal evolution of those mysterious tendencies which are stored up in the atoms of elements. Such atoms we know of only as points of multiple resistance, incomprehensible knittings of incomprehensible forces. Even the tendencies of atoms doubtless represent accumulations of inheritance. But here thought checks with a shock at the eternal barrier of the infinite riddle. End of A Mystery of Crowds by Lafcadio Hearn, read by Quaker Woodworker.
Notes on Pianos by Lawton Mackle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. Notes on Pianos by Lawton Mackle. A piano is an instrument with 88 keys and 20 installments. You play on the keys and pay on the installments, the latter being by far the more difficult performance. If you do not play in time, you are called down by your critics. If you do not pay on time, you are called on by your collectors. The keys are arranged in 2 rows, short, fat blondes in front, and tall, skinny brunettes behind. There are 3 pedals, 1 for each foot, and 1 for good measure. The damper pedal, or muffler cutout, which puts an end to conversation, the sostenuto pedal, which helps the piano sustain what it has to sustain, and the soft pedal, which is seldom used, and then only by request. There are 2 kinds of pianos, uprights and prostrates. Uprights are used in homes where there is standing room only. Prostrates are used in concert halls. Virtuosi prefer them because they can hit a piano much harder when it's down. The upright piano is frequently pitched in A flat. It remains there until pitched out by the neighbors. An advantage that this piano possesses is that it keeps the player's back turned to his hearers, which is a great savings of his feelings. Another advantage is that the top serves as a mantelpiece annex. Bric-a-brac that won't stand heat, but will stand noise, is put there. Anything is appropriate. Cupids, shepherdesses, brass bowls, painted vases. The only requirement for a place on this repository is that the object be able to make some buzzing, twanging, wheezing, or humming sound when the strings are struck. Prostrates are built to endure. Their black finish bespeaks the hard life they lead. A conflict between one of these indestructible pianos and an irresistible pianist is called a recital. A non-combatant lifts the lid, and the fight begins. First round, nocturne, merely warming up. Second round, etude, livelier, but not too much heavy hitting. Third round, scherzo, considerably hotter, fighting in close. Fourth round, appassionato, real slugging. Fifth round, rhapsodie. The piano receives fearful punishment, knocked out in the final cadenza, but the pianist sprains wrist. To learn to play the piano, the first thing is to acquire a good touch, or tread, as it is properly called. Unfortunately, there is a divergence of opinion among authorities as to what a good tread consists in. The famous dictum of Professor Biski of Moscow Conservatory, that you should hammer the hammers, being offset by the equally famous assertion of Hieronymus Dudilsac, the noted Viennese pedagogue, that you should not strike the ivories at all, but massage them or knead them. Herr Dudilsac and his eminent pupils maintain that his tread is the only normal one, that it has the naturalness of a cat's walking on the keyboard. But the astute Russian insinuates that it produces tangled chords and scales that are short weight. But these methods have been rendered obsolete by the heel and toe technique of the player piano. This wonderful instrument, impregnating the feet with melody and rhythm, has given rise to the modern dances. For a person who makes a habit of playing the pianola simply has to toddle the music out of his ankles. Even more remarkable is the way in which the piano footy has simplified musical composition. The masters of the past had to toil away painfully with pen and ink, whereas the composer of today can attain the same results with a roll of paper and a ticket punch. Judging from the progress we have made and are still making, it is safe to predict that the composer of the future will use a shotgun. The end of Notes on Pianos by Lawton Mackle.
On the Social Element in Religion by Friedrich Schleiermacher, 1768 to 1834, published in 1799, translated by George Ripley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Those among you who are accustomed to regard religion as a disease of the human mind cherish also the habitual conviction that it is an evil more easily borne, even though not to be cured, so long as it is only insulated individuals here and there who are infected with it, but that the common danger is raised to the highest degree and everything put at stake as soon as a too close connection is permitted between many patients of this character. In the former case, it is probably by a judicious treatment, as it were, by an antiphlogistic regimen, and by a healthy spiritual atmosphere to ward off the violence of the paroxysms, and if not entirely to conquer the exciting cause of the disease, to attenuate it to such a degree that it shall be almost innocuous. But in the latter case we must despair of every other means of cure, except that which would proceed from some internal beneficent operation of nature. For the evil is attended with more alarming symptoms, and is more fatal in its effects, when the too great proximity of other infected persons feeds and aggravates it in every individual. The whole mass of vital air is then quickly poisoned by a few. The most vigorous frames are smitten with the contagion. All the channels in which the functions of life should go on are destroyed. All the juices of the system are decomposed and seized with a similar feverish delirium. The sound spiritual life and productions of whole ages and nations are involved in irremediable ruin. Hence our antipathy to the Church, to every institution which is intended for the communication of religion, is always more prominent than that which you feel to religion itself. Hence also priests, as the pillars and the most efficient members of such institutions, are of all men the objects of your greatest abomination. Even those among you who hold a little more indulgent opinion with regard to religion, and deem it rather a singularity than a disorder of the mind, an insignificant rather than a dangerous phenomenon, cherish quite as unfavorable impressions of all social organizations for its promotion. A slavish immolation of all that is free and peculiar, a system of lifeless mechanisms and barren ceremonies. These, they imagine, are the inseparable consequences of every such institution, and are the ingenious and elaborate work of men, who with almost incredible success have made a great merit of things which are either nothing in themselves, or which any other person was quite as capable of accomplishing as they. I should pour out my heart, but very imperfectly, before you on a subject to which I attach the utmost importance, if I did not undertake to give you the correct point of view with regard to it. I need not here repeat how many of the perverted endeavors and melancholy fortunes of humanity you charge upon religious associations. This is clear as light in 1,000 utterances of your predominant individuals. Nor will I stop to refute these accusations, one by one, in order to fix the evil upon other causes. Let us rather submit the whole conception of the Church to a new examination, and from its central point, throughout its whole extent, erect it again upon a new basis, without regard to what it has actually been hitherto, or to what experience may suggest concerning it. If religion exists at all, it must needs possess a social character. This is founded not only in the nature of man, but still more in the nature of religion. You will acknowledge that it indicates a state of disease, a signal perversion of nature, when an individual wishes to shut up within himself anything which he has produced and elaborated by his own efforts. It is the disposition of man to reveal and to communicate whatever is in him, in the indispensable relations and mutual dependence not only of practical life, but also of his spiritual being, by which he is connected with all others of his race. And the more powerfully he is wrought upon by anything, the more deeply it penetrates his inward nature. So much the stronger is this social impulse, even if we regard it only from the point of view of the universal endeavor to behold the emotions which we feel ourselves as they are exhibited by others, so that we may obtain a proof for their example that our experience is not beyond the sphere of humanity. You perceive that I am not speaking here of the endeavor to make others similar to ourselves, nor of the conviction that what is exhibited in one is essential to all. It is merely my aim to ascertain the true relation between our individual life and the common nature of man, and clearly to set it forth. But the peculiar object of this desire for communication is unquestionably that in which man feels that he is originally passive, namely his observations and emotions. He is here impelled by the eager wish to know whether the power which has produced them in him is not something foreign and unworthy. Hence we see man employed from his early childhood in communicating these observations and emotions, the conceptions of his understanding, concerning whose origin there can be no doubt, he allows to rest in his own mind, and still more easily to determine to refrain from the expression of his judgments. But whatever acts upon his senses, whatever awakens his feelings, of that he desires to obtain witnesses, with regard to that he longs for those who will sympathize with him. How should he keep to himself those very operations of the world upon his soul, which are the most universal and comprehensive, which appear to him as of the most stupendous and resistless magnitude? How should he be willing to lock up within his own bosom those very emotions which impel him with the greatest power beyond himself, and in the indulgence of which he becomes conscious that he can never understand his own nature from himself alone? It will rather be his first endeavor, whenever a religious view gains clearness in his eye, or a pious feeling penetrates his soul, to direct the attention of others to the same object, and, as far as possible, to communicate to their hearts the elevated impulses of his own. If then the religious man is urged by his nature to speak, it is the same nature which secures to him the certainty of hearers. There is no element of his being with which, at the same time, there is implanted in man such a lively feeling of his total inability to exhaust it by himself alone, as with that of religion. A sense of religion has no sooner dawned upon him than he feels the infinity of its nature and the limitation of his own. He is conscious of embracing but a small portion of it, and that which he cannot immediately reach he wishes to perceive, as far as he can, from the representations of others who have experienced it themselves, and to enjoy it with them. Hence he is anxious to observe every manifestation of it, and, seeking to supply his own deficiencies, he watches for every tone which he recognizes as proceeding from it. In this manner mutual communications are instituted. In this manner everyone feels equally the need both of speaking and hearing. But the imparting of religion is not to be sought in books, like that of intellectual conceptions and scientific knowledge. The pure impression of the original product is too far destroyed in this medium, which, in the same way that dark-colored objects absorb the greatest proportion of the rays of light, swallows up everything belonging to the pious emotions of the heart, which cannot be embraced in the insufficient symbols from which it is intended again to proceed. Nay, in the written communications of religious feeling, everything needs a double and triple representation, for that which originally represented must be represented in its turn, and yet the effect on the whole man in its complete unity can only be imperfectly set forth by continued and varied reflections. It is only when religion is driven out from the society of the living that it must conceal its manifold life under the dead letter. Neither can the intercourse of heart with heart on the deepest feelings of humanity be carried on in common conversation. Many persons who are filled with zeal for the interests of religion have brought it as a reproach against the manners of our age that, while all other important subjects are so freely discussed in the intercourse of society, so little should be said concerning God and divine things. I would defend ourselves against this charge by maintaining that this circumstance at least does not indicate contempt or indifference toward religion, but a happy and very correct instinct. In the presence of joy and merriment, where earnestness itself must yield to raillery and wit, there can be no place for that which should be always surrounded with holy veneration and awe. Religious views, pious emotions, and serious considerations with regard to them, these we cannot throw up to one another in such small crumbs as the topics of light conversation. And when the discourse turns upon sacred subjects, it should rather be a crime than a virtue to have an answer ready for every question, and a rejoinder for every remark. Hence the religious sentiment retires from such circles as are too wide for it, to the more confidential intercourse of friendship, and to the mutual communications of love, where the eye and the countenance are more expressive than words, and where even a holy silence is understood. But it is impossible for divine things to be treated in the usual manner of society, where the conversation consists in striking flashes of thought, gaily and rapidly alternating with one another. A more elevated style is demanded for the communication of religion, and a different kind of society, which is devoted to this purpose, must hence be formed. It is becoming, indeed, to apply the whole richness and magnificence of human discourse to the loftiest subject which language can reach, not as if there were any adornment with which religion could not dispense, but because it would show a frivolous and unholy disposition in the heralds if they did not bring together the most copious resources within their power and consecrate them all to religion, so that they might thus perhaps exhibit it in its appropriate greatness and dignity. Hence it is impossible without the aid of poetry to give utterance to the religious sentiment in any other than an oratorical manner, with all the skill and energy of language, and freely using, in addition, the service of all the arts which can contribute to flowing and impassioned discourse. He, therefore, whose heart is overflowing with religion can open his mouth only before an auditory, where that which is presented with such a wealth of preparation can produce the most extended and manifold effects. Would that I could present before you an image of the rich and luxurious life in this city of God, when its inhabitants come together, each in the fullness of his own inspiration, which is ready to stream forth without constraint. But at the same time each is filled with a holy desire to receive and to appropriate to himself everything which others wish to bring before him. If one comes forward before the rest, it is not because he is entitled to this distinction in virtue of an officer or of a previous agreement, nor because pride and conceitedness have given him presumption. It is rather a free impulse of the spirit, a sense of the most heartfelt unity of each with all, a consciousness of entire equality, a mutual renunciation of all first and last, of all the arrangements of earthly order. He comes forward in order to communicate to others, as an object of sympathizing contemplation, the deepest feelings of his soul while under the influence of God, to lead them to the domain of religion in which he breathes his native air, and to infect them with the contagion of his own holy emotions. He speaks forth the divine which stirs his bosom, and in holy silence the assembly follows the inspiration of his words. Whether he unveils a secret mystery, or with prophetic confidence connects the future with the present, whether he strengthens old impressions by new examples, or is led by the lofty visions of his burning imagination into other regions of the world and into other order of things, the practised sense of his audience everywhere accompanies his own. And when he returns into himself from his wanderings through the kingdom of God, his own heart and that of each of his hearers are the common dwelling place of the same emotion. If now the agreement of his sentiments with that which they feel be announced to him, whether loudly or low, then are holy mysteries, not merely significant emblems, but, justly regarded, natural indications of a peculiar consciousness and peculiar feelings, invented and celebrated, a higher choir, as it were, which in its own lofty language answers to the appealing voice. But not only, so to speak, for such a discourse is music without tune or measure, so there is also a music among the holy, which may be called discourse without words, the most distinct and expressive utterance of the inward man. The Muse of Harmony, whose intimate relation with religion, although it has been for a long time spoken of and described, is yet recognized only by few, has always presented upon her altars the most perfect and magnificent productions of her selectest scholars in honor of religion. It is in sacred hymns and choirs, with which the words of the poet are connected only by slight and airy bands, that these feelings are breathed forth, which precise language is unable to contain. And thus the tones of thought and emotion alternate with each other in mutual support, until all is satisfied and filled with the holy and the infinite. Of this character is the influence of religious men upon one another, such is their natural and eternal union. Do not take it ill of them that this heavenly bond, the most consummate product of the social nature of man, but to which it does not attain until it becomes conscious of its own high and peculiar significance, that this should be deemed of more value in their sight than the political union which you esteem so far above everything else, but which will nowhere ripen to manly beauty, and which compared to the former appears far more constrained than free, far more transitory than eternal. But where now, in the description which I have given of the community of the pious, is that distinction between priests and laymen, which you are accustomed to designate as the source of so many evils? A false appearance has deceived you. This is not a distinction between persons, but only one of condition and performance. Every man is a priest, so far as he draws others around him into the spheres which he has appropriated to himself, and in which he professes to be a master. Every one is a layman, so far as he is guided by the counsel and experience of another within the sphere of religion, where he is comparatively a stranger. There is not here the tyrannic aristocracy, which you describe with such hatred, but this society is a priestly people, a perfect republic, where every one is alternately ruler and citizen, where every one follows the same power in another, which he feels also in himself, and with which he, too, governs others. How then could the spirit of discord and division, which you regard as the inevitable consequence of all religious combinations, find a congenial home within this sphere? I see nothing but that all is one, and that all the differences which actually exist in religion by means of this very union of the pious are gently blended with one another. I have directed your attention to the different degrees of religiousness. I have pointed out to you the different modes of insight, and the different directions in which the soul seeks for itself the supreme object of its pursuit. Do you imagine that this must needs give birth to sects, and thus destroy all free and reciprocal intercourse in religion? It is true, indeed, in contemplation, that everything which is separated into various parts and embraced in different divisions must be opposed and contradictory to itself. But consider, I pray you, how life is manifested in a great variety of forms, how the most hostile elements seek out one another here. And for this very reason, what we separate in contemplation all flows together in life. They, to be sure, who on one of these points bear the greatest resemblance to one another, will present the strongest mutual attraction, and they cannot, on that account, compose an independent whole. For the degrees of this affinity imperceptibly diminish and increase, and in the midst of so many transitions there is no absolute repulsion, no total separation, even between the most discordant elements. Take which you will of these masses, which have assumed an organic form according to their own inherent energy. If you do not forcibly divide them by a mechanical operation, no one will exhibit an absolutely distinct and homogeneous character, but the extreme points of each will be connected at the same time with those which display different properties and properly belong to another mass. If the pious individuals who stand on the same degree of a lower order form a closer union with one another, there are yet some always included in the combination who have a presentiment of higher things. These are better understood by all who belong to the higher social class than they understand themselves, and there is a point of sympathy between the two which is concealed only from the latter. If those combine in whom one of the modes of insight which I have described is predominant, there will always be some among them who understand at least both the modes, and since they in some degree belong to both, they form a connecting link between two spheres which would otherwise be separated. Thus the individual who is more inclined to cherish a religious connection between himself and nature is yet by no means opposed, in the essentials of religion, to him who prefers to trace the footsteps of the Godhead in history, and there will never be wanting those who can pursue both paths with equal facility. Thus, in whatever manner you divide the vast province of religion, you will always come back to the same point. If unbounded universality of insight be the first and original supposition of religion, and hence also, most naturally, its fairest and ripest fruit, you perceive that it cannot be otherwise than that, in proportion as an individual advances in religion, and the character of his piety becomes more pure, the whole religious world will more and more appear to him as an indivisible whole. The spirit of separation, in proportion as it insists upon a rigid division, is a proof of imperfection. The highest and most cultivated minds always perceive a universal connection, and for the very reason that they perceive it, they also establish it. Since every one comes in contact only with his immediate neighbor, but at the same time has an immediate neighbor on all sides and in every direction, he is in fact indissolubly linked in with the whole. Mystics and naturalists in religion, they to whom the Godhead is a personal being, and they to whom it is not, they who have arrived at a systematic view of the universe, and they who behold it only in its elements or only in obscure chaos, all, notwithstanding, should be only one, for one band surrounds them all, and they can be totally separated only by a violent and arbitrary force. Every specific combination is nothing but an integral part of the whole. Its peculiar characteristics are almost evanescent, and are gradually lost in outlines that become more and more indistinct. And at least those who feel themselves thus united will always be the superior portion. Whence then but through a total misunderstanding have arisen that wild and disgraceful zeal for proselytism to a separate and peculiar form of religion, and that horrible expression, "No salvation except with us." As I have described to you the society of the pious, and as it must needs be according to its intrinsic nature, it aims merely at reciprocal communication, and subsists only between those who are already in possession of religion, of whatever character it may be. How then can it be its vocation to change the sentiments of those who now acknowledge a definite system, or to introduce and consecrate those who are totally destitute of one? The religion of this society, as such, consists only in the religion of all the pious taken together, as each one beholds it in the rest. It is infinite. No single individual can embrace it entirely, since so far as it is individual, it ceases to be one, and hence no man can attain such elevation and completeness as to raise himself to its level. If any one then has chosen a part in it for himself, whatever it may be, were it not an absurd procedure for society to wish to deprive him of that which is adapted to his nature, since it ought to comprise this also within its limits, and hence some one must needs possess it? And to what end should it desire to cultivate those who are yet strangers to religion? Its own especial characteristic, the infinite whole, of course it cannot impart to them, and the communication of any specific element cannot be accomplished by the whole, but only by individuals. But perhaps then the universal, the indeterminate, which might be presented when we seek that which is common to all the members. Yet you are aware that, as a general rule, nothing can be given or communicated in the form of the universal and indeterminate. For specific object and precise form are requisite for this purpose. Otherwise, in fact, that which is presented would not be a reality but a nullity. Such a society accordingly can never find a measure or rule for this undertaking. And how could it so far abandon its sphere as to engage in this enterprise? The need on which it is founded, the essential principle of religious sociability, points to no such purpose. Individuals unite with one another and compose a whole. The whole rests in itself, and needs not to strive for anything beyond. Hence whatever is accomplished in this way for religion is the private affair of the individual for himself, and, if I may say so, more in his relations out of the Church than in it. Compelled to descend to the lower grounds of life, from the circle of religious communion, where the mutual existence of life in God afford him the most elevated enjoyment, and where his spirit, penetrated with holy feelings, soars to the highest summit of consciousness, it is his consolation that he can connect everything with which he must there be employed with that which always retains the deepest significance in his heart. As he descends from such lofty regions to those whose whole endeavor and pursuit are limited to earth, he easily believes, and you must pardon him the feeling, that he has passed from intercourse with gods and muses to a race of coarse barbarians. He feels like a steward of religion among the unbelieving, a herald of piety among the savages. He hopes, like an Orpheus or an Amphion, to charm the multitude with his heavenly tones. He presents himself among them like a priestly form, clearly and brightly exhibiting the lofty spiritual sense which fills his soul in all his actions and in the whole compass of his being. If the contemplation of the holy and the godlike awakens a kindred emotion in them, how joyful does he cherish the first presages of religion in a new heart, and a delightful pledge of its growth, even in a harsh and foreign clime. With what triumph does he bear the neophyte with him to the exalted assembly! This action for the promotion of religion is only the pious yearning of the stranger after his home, the endeavor to carry his fatherland with him in all his wanderings, and everywhere to find again its laws and customs as the highest and most beautiful elements of his life. But the fatherland itself, happy in its own resources, perfectly sufficient for its own wants, knows no such endeavor. and of On the Social Element in Religion by Friedrich Schleiermacher, published in 1799.
The Road Away from Revolution by Woodrow Wilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. In these doubtful and anxious days, when all the world is at unrest, and look which way you will, the road ahead seems darkened by shadows which portend dangers of many kinds, it is only common prudence that we should look about us and attempt to assess the causes of distress and the most likely means of removing them. There must be some real ground for the universal unrest and perturbation. It is not to be found in superficial politics or in mere economic blunders. It probably lies deep at the sources of the spiritual life of our time. It leads to revolution. And perhaps if we take the case of the Russian Revolution, the outstanding event of its kind in our age, we may find a good deal of instruction for our judgment of present critical situations and circumstances. What gave rise to the Russian Revolution? The answer can only be that it was the product of a whole social system. It was not, in fact, a sudden thing. It had been gathering head for several generations. It was due to the systematic denial to the great body of Russians of the rights and privileges which all normal men desire and must have if they are to be contented and within reach of happiness. The lives of the great mass of the Russian people contained no opportunities, but were hemmed in by barriers against which they were constantly flinging their spirits, only to fall back bruised and dispirited. Only the powerful were suffered to secure their rights, or even to gain access to the means of material success. It is to be noted as a leading fact of our time that it was against capitalism that the Russian leaders directed their attack. It was capitalism that made them see red, and it is against capitalism under one name or another that the discontented classes everywhere draw their indictment. There are thoughtful and well-informed men all over the world who believe, with much apparently sound reason, that the abstract thing, the system which we call capitalism, is indispensable to the industrial support and development of modern civilization. And yet everyone who has an intelligent knowledge of social forces must know that the great and widespread reactions like that which is now unquestionably manifesting itself against capitalism do not occur without cause or provocation. And before we commit ourselves irreconcilably to the attitude of hostility to this movement of the time, we ought frankly to put to ourselves the question, is the capitalistic system unimpeachable? Which is another way of asking, have capitalists generally used their power for the benefit of the countries in which their capital is employed, and for the benefit of their fellow men? Is it not, on the contrary, too true that capitalists have often seemed to regard the men whom they used as mere instruments of profit, whose physical and mental powers it was legitimate to exploit with a slight cost to themselves, as possible, either of money or of sympathy? Have not many fine men who were actuated by the highest principles in every other relationship of life seemed to hold that generosity and humane feeling were not among the imperative mandates of conscience in the conduct of a banking business, or in the development of an industrial or commercial enterprise? And if these offenses against high morality and true citizenship have been frequently observable, are we to say that the blame for the present discontent and turbulence is wholly on the side of those who are in revolt against them? Ought we not rather to seek a way to remove such offenses, and make life itself clean for those who will share honorably and cleanly in it? The world has been made safe for democracy. There need now be no fear that any such mad design as that entertained by the insolent and ignorant Hohenzollerns and their counselors may prevail against it. But democracy has not yet made the world safe against irrational revolution. That supreme task, which is nothing less than the salvation of civilization, now faces democracy, insistent, imperative. There is no escaping it unless everything we have built up is presently to fall in ruin about us. And the United States, as the greatest of democracies, must undertake it. The road that leads away from revolution is clearly marked, for it is defined by the nature of men and organized society. It therefore behooves us to study very carefully and very candidly the exact nature of the task and the means of its successful accomplishment. The nature of men and of organized society dictates the maintenance, in every field of action, of the highest and purest standards of justice and of right dealing, and it is essential to efficacious thinking in this critical matter that we should not entertain a narrow or technical conception of justice. By justice, the lawyer generally means the prompt, fair, and open application of impartial rules. But we call ours a Christian civilization, and a Christian conception of justice must be much higher. It must include sympathy and helpfulness, and a willingness to forego self-interest in order to promote the welfare, happiness, and contentment of others and of the community as a whole. This is what our age is blindly feeling after in its reaction against what it deems to be too great selfishness of the capitalistic system. The sum of the whole matter is this, that our civilization cannot survive materially unless it be redeemed spiritually. It can be saved only by becoming permeated with the Spirit of Christ and being made free and happy by the practices which spring out of that Spirit. Only thus can discontent be driven out and all the shadows lifted from the road ahead. Here is the final challenge to our churches, to our political organizations, and to our capitalists, to everyone who fears God or loves his country. Shall we not all earnestly cooperate to bring in the new day? End of The Road Away from Revolution by Woodrow Wilson.
A Son of the Gods by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. A Son of the Gods by Ambrose Bierce. A breezy day and a sunny landscape. An open country to the right and left and forward. Behind, a wood. In the edge of this wood, facing the open, but not venturing into it, long lines of troops halted. The wood was alive with them, and full of confused noises. The occasional rattle of wheels as a battery of artillery goes into position to cover the advance. The hum and murmur of the soldiers talking. A sound of innumerable feet in the dry leaves that strew the interspaces among the trees. Hoarse commands of officers. Detached groups of horsemen are well in front, not altogether exposed, many of them regarding the crest of the hill a mile away in the direction of uninterrupted advance. For this powerful army, moving in battle order through the forest, has met with a formidable obstacle, the open country. The crest of that gentle hill a mile away has a sinister look. It says, "Beware." Along it runs a stone wall, extending to the left and right a great distance. Behind the wall is a hedge. Behind the hedge are seen the tops of trees in rather straggling order. Among the trees, what? It is necessary to know. Yesterday, and for many days and nights previously, we were fighting somewhere. Always there was cannonading, with occasional keen rattlings of musketry, mingled with cheers, our own or the enemy's. We seldom knew, attesting to some temporary advantage. This morning at daybreak, the enemy was gone. We have moved forward across his earthworks, across which we have so often vainly attempted to move before, through the debris of his abandoned camps, among the graves of his fallen, into the woods beyond. How curiously we regarded everything. How odd it all seemed. Nothing appeared quite familiar. The most commonplace objects, an old saddle, a splintered wheel, a forgotten canteen, everything related something of the mysterious personalities of those strange men who had been killing us. The soldier never becomes wholly familiar with the conception of his foes as men like himself. He cannot divest himself of the feeling that they are another order of beings, differently conditioned, in an environment not altogether of the earth. The smallest vestiges of them rivet his attention and engage his interest. He thinks of them as inaccessible, and, catching an unexpected glimpse of them, they appear further away, and therefore larger than they really are, like objects in a fog. He is somewhat in awe of them. From the edge of the wood leading up to the acclivity are the tracks of horses and wheels, the wheels of cannon. The yellow grass is beaten down by the feet of infantry. Clearly, they have passed this way in thousands. They have not withdrawn by the country roads. This is significant. It is a difference between retiring and retreating. That group of horsemen is our commander, his staff, and escort. He is facing the distant crest, holding his field glasses against his eyes with both hands, his elbows needlessly elevated. It is a fashion. It seems to dignify the act. We are all addicted to it. Suddenly he lowers the glass and says a few words to those about him. 2 or 3 aides detach themselves from the group and canter away into the woods, along the lines in each direction. We did not hear his words, but we knew them. "Tell General X to send forward the skirmish line." Those of us who have been out of place resume our positions. The men resting at ease straighten themselves. The ranks are reformed without a command. Some of us staff officers dismount and look at our saddle girths. Those already on the ground remount. Galloping rapidly along the edge of the open ground comes a young officer on a snow-white horse. His saddle blanket is scarlet. What a fool! No one who has ever been in battle but remembers how naturally each rifle turns toward a man on a white horse. No one but has observed how a bit of red enrages the bull of battle. That such colors are fashionable in military life must be accepted as the most astonishing of all the phenomena of human vanity. They would seem to have been devised to increase the death rate. This young officer is in full uniform, as if on parade. He is all agleam with bullion, a blue and gold edition of the poetry of war. A wave of derisive laughter runs abreast of him all along the line. But how handsome he is! With what careless grace he sits his horse! He reins up within a respectable distance of the corps commander and salutes. The old soldier nods familiarly. He evidently knows him. A brief colloquy between them is going on. The young man seems to be preferring some request which the elder one is indisposed to grant. Let us ride a little nearer. Ah, too late. It is ended. The young officer salutes again, wheels his horse, and rides straight toward the crest of the hill. He is deadly pale. A thin line of skirmishers, the men deployed at 6 paces or so apart, now pushes from the wood into the open. The commander speaks to his bugler, who claps his instrument to his lips. Tra-la-la, tra-la-la. The skirmishers halt in their tracks. Meantime, the young horseman has advanced 100 yards. He is riding at a walk, straight up the long slope, with never a turn of head. How glorious! Gods, what would we not give to be in his place, with his soul? He does not draw his saber. His right hand hangs easily at his side. The breeze catches the plume of his hat and flutters it smartly. The sunshine rests on his shoulder straps, lovely, like a visible benediction. Straight on he rides. 10,000 pairs of eyes are fixed upon him with the intensity that he can hardly fail to feel. 10,000 hearts keep quick time to the inaudible hoofbeats of his snowy steed. He is not alone. He draws all souls after him. We are but dead men all. but we remember that we laughed. On and on, straight for the hedge-lined wall he rides. Not a look backward. Oh, if he would but turn! If he could see the love, the adoration, the atonement! Not a word is spoken. The populous depths of the forest still murmur with their unseen and unseeing swarm. But all along the fringe there is silence absolute. The burly commander is an equestrian statue of himself. The mounted staff officers, their field glasses up, are motionless all. The line of battle in the edge of the wood stands at a new kind of attention, each man in the attitude in which he was caught by the consciousness of what is going on. All these hardened and impenitent man-killers, to whom death in its awfulest form is a fact familiar to their everyday observation, who sleep on hills trembling with the thunder of great guns, dine in the midst of streaming missiles, and play at cards among the dead faces of their dearest friends, all are watching with suspended breath and beating hearts the outcome of an act involving the life of one man. Such is the magnetism of courage and devotion. If now you should turn your head, you would see a simultaneous movement among the spectators astart, as if they had received an electric shock. And looking forward again to the now distant horseman, you would see that he has in that instant altered his direction and is riding at an angle to his former course. The spectators suppose the sudden deflection to be caused by a shot, perhaps a wound. But take this field glass and you will observe that he is riding toward a break in the wall and hedge. He means, if not killed, to ride through and overlook the country beyond. You are not to forget the nature of this man's act. It is not permitted to you to think of it as an instance of bravado, nor, on the other hand, a needless sacrifice of self. If the enemy has not retreated, he is in force on that ridge. The investigator will encounter nothing less than a line of battle. There is no need for pickets, videts, skirmishers to give warning of our approach. Our attacking lines will be visible, conspicuous, exposed to an artillery fire that will shave the ground the moment they break from cover, and for half the distance to a sheet of rifle bullets in which nothing can live. In short, if the enemy is there, it would be madness to attack him in front. He must be maneuvered out by the immemorial plan of threatening his line of communication, as necessary to his existence as to the diver at the bottom of the sea his air tube. But how to ascertain if the enemy is there? There is but one way. Somebody must go and see. The natural and customary thing to do is to send forward a line of skirmishers, but in this case they will answer in the affirmative with all their lives, the enemy crouching in double ranks behind the stone wall and in cover of the hedge, will wait until it's possible to count each assailant's teeth. At the first volley, a half of the questioning line will fall, and the other half before it can accomplish the predestined retreat. What a price to pay for gratified curiosity! At what a dear rate an army must sometimes purchase knowledge! "Let me pay all," said this gallant man, this military Christ. There is no hope, except the hope against hope, that the crest is clear. True, he might prefer capture to death. So long as he advances, the line will not fire. Why should it? He can safely ride into the hostile ranks and become a prisoner of war. But this would defeat his object. It would not answer our questions. It is necessary either that he return unharmed or be shot to death before our eyes. Only so shall we know how to act. If captured, why, that might have been done by half a dozen stragglers. Now begins the extraordinary contest of intellect between a man and an army. Our horseman, now within a quarter of a mile of the crest, suddenly wheels to the left and gallops in a direction parallel to it. He has caught sight of his antagonist. He knows all. Some slight advantage of ground has enabled him to overlook a part of the line. If he were here, he would tell us in words. But that was now hopeless. He must make the best use of the few minutes of life remaining to him by compelling the enemy himself to tell us as much and as plainly as possible, which, naturally, that discreet power is reluctant to do. Not a rifleman in those crouching ranks, not a cannoneer at those masked and shotted guns, but knows the needs of the situation, the imperative duty of forbearance. Besides, there has been time enough to forbid them all to fire. True, a single rifle shot might drop him, and be no great disclosure. But firing is infectious, and see how rapidly he moves, with never a pause except as he whirls his horse about to take a new direction. Never directly backward toward us, never directly forward toward his executioners. All this is visible through the glass. It seems occurring within pistol shot. We see all but the enemy, whose presence, whose thoughts, whose motives we infer. To the unaided eye there is nothing but the black figure on the white horse, tracing slow zigzags across the slope of the distant hill. So slowly they seem almost to creep. Now the glass again. He has tired of his failure and sees his error, and has gone mad. He is dashing directly toward the wall, as if to take it at a leap, hedge and all. One moment only, and he wheels right about, and is speeding like the wind straight down the slope, towards his friends, towards his death. Instantly the wall is topped with a fierce roll of smoke for a distance of 100 yards or so, right and left. This is instantly dissipated by the wind, and before the rattle of rifles reaches us, he is down. No, he recovers his seat. He has but pulled his horse upon its haunches. They are up and away. A tremendous cheer bursts from our ranks, relieving the unsupportable tension of our feelings. And the horse and its rider? Yes, they are up and away. Away again. Away indeed. They are making directly to our left, parallel to the now steadily blazing and smoking wall. The rattle of musketry is continuous, and every bullet's target is that courageous heart. Suddenly, a great bank of white smoke pushes upward from behind the wall. Another and another. A dozen roll up before the thunder of the explosions and the humming of the missiles reach our ears, and the missiles themselves come bounding through the clouds of dust into our covert, knocking over here and there a man, and causing a temporary distraction, a passing thought of self. The dust drifts away. Incredible! That enchanted horse and rider have passed a ravine, and are climbing another slope to unveil another conspiracy of silence, to thwart the will of another armed host. Another moment, and the crest too is in eruption. The horse rears and strikes the air with its forefeet. They are down at last. But look again. The man has detached himself from the dead animal. He stands erect, motionless, holding his saber in his right hand, straight above his head. His face is toward us. Now he lowers his hand to a level with his face and moves it outward, the blade of the saber describing a downward curve. It is a sign to us, to the world, to posterity. It is a hero's salute to death and history. Again the spell is broken. Our men attempt to cheer. They are choked with emotion. They utter hoarse, discordant cries. They clutch their weapons and press tumultuously forward into the open. The skirmishers, without orders, against orders, are going forward at a keen run, like hounds unleashed. Our cannons speak, and the enemy's now open a full chorus, to left and right as far as we can see. The distant crest, seeming now so near, erects its tower of clouds, and the great shot pitch roaring down among our moving masses. Flag after flag of ours emerges from the woods. Line after line sweeps forth, catching the sunlight on its burnished arms. The rear battalions alone are in obedience. They preserve their proper distance from the insurgent front. The commander has not moved. He now removes his field glasses from his eyes and glances to the right and left. He sees the human current flowing on either side of him, and his huddled escort, like tide waves parted by a rock. Not a sign of feeling in his face, He is thinking. Again he directs his eyes forward. They slowly traverse the malign and awful crest. He addresses a calm word to his bugler. Tra-la-la, tra-la-la. The injunction has an imperiousness which enforces it. It is repeated by all the buglers of all the subordinate commanders. The sharp metallic notes assert themselves above the hum of the advance and penetrate the sound of the cannon. To halt is to withdraw. The colors are moving slowly back. The lines face about and sullenly follow, bearing their wounded. The skirmishers return, gathering up the dead. Ah, those many, many needless dead. That great soul, whose beautiful body is lying over yonder, so conspicuous against the sere hillside. Could not it have been spared the bitter consciousness of a vain devotion? Would one exception have marred too much the pitiless perfection of the divine eternal plan? The end of A Son of the Gods by Ambrose Bierce.
What a Woman Ought to Know by Mary Wood Allen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Requisites of a Husband. Having spent so much time in the study of principles and laws, we will now return to the discussion of this concrete case. What can you decide in regard to this individual young man to whom you think you have given your heart? What is he in his inheritance? What is he in himself? I do not ask that he shall have inherited wealth, for that often proves a young man's ruin. But does he come of an honest, industrious family? Have you just reason to suppose that he will make a fair success of life? Is his father shiftless, lazy, improvident? If so, it will be harder for him to be provident, businesslike. Has he true ideas of the dignity of life and his own responsibility? Is he looking for an easy job, or does he purpose to give a fair equivalent for all that he receives? Would he rather toil at honest manual labor than be supported by a rich father-in-law? What are his ideas as to his responsibility in the founding of a home? How will he look upon his wife? As an equal, a companion, or as a plaything, a petted child, or a sort of upper servant? What value does he put upon the wife's labor in the conducting of the household? Will he consider that the money he hands over to her is a gift from him, or only a fair recognition of the value of her work, a rendering to her of her share in the family purse? What is his estimate of woman? Is she an individual with rights, with intellect and heart, with a judgment to be consulted, opinions worthy of recognition, or only an appendage to man, created for his comfort and to be held in her sphere by his will? What are his defects of temper or his weaknesses of body? Of course, to you now he seems perfection, and yet he is a human being, fallible and imperfect. If his faults are similar to yours, you double the possibility of their inheritance by your children. If you both have a tendency to lung trouble, the probabilities are that your children will have consumption. If you are both of rheumatic proclivities, you may expect a manifestation of the same early in the life of your children. If you are both nervous or irritable in temper, both jealously inclined, or are morbid and melancholy, you need not be surprised at an intensifying of these qualities in your little ones. If there are more serious family traits, such as insanity, epilepsy, alcoholism, and the like, it might even be your duty never to run the risk of their transmission. I once spoke on heredity when in the audience sat a young man by the side of his fiancée, who, I was afterwards told, had been in an insane asylum 3 times, and yet he purposed marrying her. I know a clergyman who has wisely dedicated himself to a celibate life because there is marked insanity in his family. You chafe a little under this reiteration of the duty you owe to children yet unborn, and who may possibly never exist. And perhaps you say, as I have heard girls say, "Oh, I don't mean to have any children." And perhaps you add, "I don't see why people may not marry and be happy just by themselves without having children." It is not strange that you should not understand all that is involved in such a statement. It is true that some married people do not have children and are comparatively happy, and yet perhaps if we could read their hearts, we should find that the one great longing of their lives is for the blessing of a child. It is natural to desire to know the joys of parenthood. In the home, through the cares and love, the anxiety, self-sacrifice, tenderness, and patience which accompany parenthood, the education of the individual is made most complete and perfect. The girl who marries without a willingness to accept these responsibilities is willing to sacrifice that which, rightly born, will bring her the highest development. If she purposes deliberately to avoid motherhood, she puts herself in a position of moral peril, for such immunity is not often secured except at the risk of criminality. I say not often, although I believe that if husband and wife are actuated by the worthy motive of not inflicting on posterity some dower of woe, they are justified in a marriage that does not contemplate parenthood, if they are of lofty purpose enough to live solely mental and spiritual companionship. But all attempts to secure the pleasure of a physical relation and escape its legitimate results are a menace to the health and a degradation to the moral nature. This subject and the question arising therefrom will be discussed more fully in the next book of this series, What a Young Wife Ought to Know. But how is a girl to know all these things concerning her lover's ideas, thoughts, principles, and purposes? Many of these you think cannot be known until after marriage, and then it is too late. That is true. Therefore be wise and learn all you can of each other's habits, peculiarities, opinions, and predilections now, before it is too late. Talk over business matters. Find out what your lover's ideas are as to the wife's right to a pecuniary recognition of the value of her labor in making the home. Does he think that she earns nothing, and that what he gives her of his money is a donation for which she gives no return? I know a young woman who had been self-supporting before marriage, who felt timid about asking her husband for money. So she wore her wedding garments until they were shabby, went without money when her own funds were exhausted, and kept silent for 5 years. And her husband, a young clergyman, never thought to ask her if she needed anything, never observed her growing shabbiness. When at last she summoned courage to tell him her needs, he was overwhelmed with regret for his own lack of thought and observation, and yet he could not understand why she should hesitate to ask him for money. "Why, it is all yours, dear," he said. "You were only asking for what already belongs to you." And many young husbands are just as obtuse. Therefore they should receive in advance the instruction that is needed to prevent a possibility of such neglect. Have it understood that if you are worthy to be trusted as a bearer of the name and a sharer of the fortunes of a man, you are worthy to share also the burden of the knowledge of his business experiences, and to bear the responsibility of economically guarding his interests in the expenditure of money, which, by your love and care and labor, you have helped him to earn. I think a young woman should know something of the personal habits of her future husband. Does he like fresh air, or does he want the windows hermetically sealed at night? Is he a believer in the godliness of cleanliness? I have just read of 2 people who married after a 6 weeks' acquaintance, knowing nothing of each other's antecedents, personal habits, caprices, or principles. The man proved to be a regular hypochondriac, taking medicine constantly, at one time with 5 doctors prescribing for him. He counted his pulse at every odd moment, and looked at his tongue instead of at the eyes of his wife, as he had done when a lover. He had a dread of pure air, and was as averse to bathing as a cat. The woman had lived in the open air, taken a daily morning bath, and was disgusted with those who did not do likewise. The writer says, she stormed, took her baths, and opened the windows. He cried, took no baths, shut the windows, and called the doctors. There is no need to depict the unhappiness of the home, and yet no doubt the girl would have been shocked had anyone suggested that she inquire into these facts concerning her lover. But if she had been less romantic and more practical, if she had remembered that the marriage contract would bind her for life to one who would be more closely connected with her than anyone else could be, and this union for life, by day and by night, constant, continuous, and not to be annulled by any such small matters as bad breath or unpleasant personal habits, Perhaps she would have considered it no small matter to discover the possible causes of disgust before they became fixtures in her life. And perhaps also she would have given her own personal habits more consideration. True love will endure much, but it sometimes dies in the presence of untidiness, of carelessness as to dress or room, or lack of sweetness of person or of breath. If you demand much of a husband, he has a right to demand just as much from you. If there are habits concerning which you would rather he as a lover should be ignorant, believe me that it is even important that as a husband he should not know them. Therefore employ your available time before marriage to rid yourself of them. If a lover would be disenchanted to see the room from which his blooming, beauteous, adored one had departed, bearing the marks of carelessness and disorder, with soiled clothing, unmade bed, shoes, hose, and dresses, all in tumbled heaps on chairs and floor, remember that the marriage ceremony does not make such a room more attractive to the husband, who must not only see but share its discomforts. In addition to the knowledge of each other's personal peculiarities, there should be an understanding of each other's ideas as to the duties and responsibilities of their proposed relation to each other. I lately received a letter from a young woman who asks, "How freely do you think two engaged young people may talk concerning their future life? Would it not be indelicate for them to discuss their future relations, the possibility and responsibilities of parenthood, etc.?" I answer that depends on the young people. If they have false ideas, if they have little or no scientific knowledge, if their thoughts are filled with wrong mental pictures, they will not know how to talk wisely and beneficially. But these two young people are intelligent, are scientifically educated, are Christians. Their hearts are pure, their standards high, their motives praiseworthy. It would seem that they might talk as freely as their inclination would prompt. In fact, there seems to me more indelicacy and more danger from long evenings spent in murmuring ardent protestations of love and indulging in embraces and endearments than in a frank, serious conversation on the realities and responsibilities of marriage, an exchange of earnest thoughts voiced in chaste, well-chosen language, a conversation which by its very solemnity is lifted out of the realm of sense pleasure into the dignified domain of science and morality. End of What a Woman Ought to Know by Mary Wood Allen.
What to Avoid in Cycling by Sir Benjamin Ward Richardson, M.D., F.R.S. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What to Avoid in Cycling. It has been my lot, for so long a series of years, to be concerned in the art and practice of cycling, that the various effects of it, good and bad, have become with me a matter of common observation. I feel as conversant with the details as if they formed a part of my professional life, and this fact enables me to speak with a certain degree of confidence, which is strengthened by the circumstance that I have no kind of prejudices bearing upon the subject. Cycling came before me, in the first place, in what may be called an accidental manner. I had been presiding at a sanitary congress held at Leamington, in the county of Warwick, the first held in England in which matters relating to health alone were introduced. Connected with this congress was a large sanitary exhibition, and amongst the exhibits there were a few bicycles, and one of the first machines manufactured in this country in the shape of a tricycle. This tricycle was worked by what was called lever movement, the pedal, now so universal, not having been then applied to tricycles. The late Sir Edwin Chadwick, one of the vice presidents of the Congress, who, though far advanced in life, was as alert as a schoolboy on all inventions that presented novelty and that affected the health of the body, had his attention called to this new machine. Greatly struck by it, and by the good work that could be done upon it, he promised to bring me next day to see it in action, and so, accompanied by a large number of the council of the Congress, I went with him and had the whole thing explained to me by the exhibitor. Seeing that movement upon it was comparatively simple, I had the machine brought out to an asphalt passage leading to the main road, and straightway mounted it. The attendants were prompt in their efforts to prevent my sustaining injury from the venture. But all idea of danger rapidly disappeared, and I very soon ran away from my protectors, reached the main road, which lay at a right angle from the asphalt passage, proceeded a good half-mile on my own account, and returned in triumph, to the great delight of the lookers-on. From that day until now I have been a cyclist. I very soon had a machine of my own, choosing what was called a Rob Roy, in which the levers were replaced by pedals, a very nice instrument, which had, however, the misfortune of being what is called a single driver, that is to say, progression upon it was by the work of one wheel. Then followed the salvo, in which machine the late Dr. Starley of Coventry got over the difficulty of the single wheel by the compensation process, and turned out a really admirable instrument, one of which kind I rode for several years with great comfort and safety, and which, in fact, I still retain. It was a very heavy machine, weighing about 120 pounds. The wheels were unnecessarily high, and the gearing was low, but nevertheless I got on with it, climbing the hills with great ease, and as the brake was perfect, went down hills with a rapidity and safety that could not easily be excelled. Later on I followed the various improvements of machines using 2 trackers. My experience has all been, personally, with the tricycle, but my observation has extended also to bicycles, through the experiences of those who have been my companions, for very soon I found companionship in cycling more than in any other pastime, and it is from such experiences, together with my own, that I write what is subjoined. From the first, my impressions have been always in favor of cycling, and to some extent, the expression of that favor on certain public occasions has, I think, helped to popularize the movement. I believe the exercise has been of the greatest service to large numbers of people. It has made them use their limbs. It has called out good mental qualities, and it has taken away from close rooms, courts, and streets hundreds of thousands of persons who would otherwise never have had the opportunity of getting into the fresh air, and seeing the verdant hills and woods, the lakes and rivers, and the splendid scenery that adorn our land. This is all in favor of the cycle, the bicycle or tricycle, but I have yet more to say in the same direction. I am bound to indicate, from direct observation, that cycling has been useful in the cure of some diseases, and that it is always carried on with advantage, even where there is a marked disease. I have seen it do a great deal of good to persons suffering from fatty disease of the heart, from gout, from dyspepsia, from varicose veins, from melancholia, from failure due to age, from some forms of heart disease, from intermittent pulse and palpitation, and distinctly from anemia. Moreover, I have known persons who could not have been expected to ride without danger, get on extremely well in their riding, and have often, with due precautions, given permission to ride even to some patients to whom 25 years ago I should have forbidden every kind of exercise. These truths I have proclaimed publicly without any hesitation, and sometimes to the wonder of friends who still held views which I had been compelled to discard. But now it is my duty to speak on the other side, and to report such experience as yields evidence of dangers from cycling. I shall speak on this point as explicitly as is necessary. There are dangers from cycling. The first is the danger of teaching the practice to subjects who are too young. Properly, cycling should not be carried on with any ardor while the body is undergoing its development, while the skeleton, that is to say, is as yet imperfectly developed. The skeleton is not completely matured until 21 years of life have been given to it. The cartilaginous structures have to be transformed into true osseous structures before the body can be said to be naturally perfected. If it is to be pressed into too rigid exercise while it is undergoing its growth, it is the easiest thing in the world to make the growth premature, or even to cause a deformity. The spinal column is particularly apt to be injured by too early riding, and the exquisite curve of the spinal column, which gives to that column, when it is natural, such easy and graceful attitudes for standing erect, stooping, and bending, is too often distorted by its rigidity or want of resiliency. When that is the case, the limbs share in the injury. They do not properly support the trunk of the body, and pedestrian exercise, thereupon, becomes clumsy, irregular, and ungraceful. We see these errors particularly well marked in the young, now that the crossbar system of the cycle has come so generally into use. The tendency in riding is for the body to bend forward so as to bring itself almost into the curve of the front wheel, and in this position many riders hold themselves for hours, and the spine more or less permanently assumes the bent position. In plain words, the column becomes distorted, and through the whole life affects the movements of the body. There are further injuries done to the youth, male or female, through other organs of the body, and especially through the heart. Dr. Kolb, as well as myself, has found that it is the heart which is principally exercised during cycling. So soon as brisk cycling has commenced, the motions of the heart begin to increase. In this respect, cycling differs from many other exercises. Rowing tells most on the breathing organs. Dumbbells and other exercises where the muscles are moved without progression of the body tell most on the muscles, whilst in climbing and long pedestrian feats it is the nervous system that is most given to suffer. There is not a cycle rider of any age in whom the heart is not influenced so as to do more work, and although in skilled cyclists and trained cyclists a certain balance is set up which equalizes the motion, such riders are not exempt from danger. I have known the beats of the heart to rise from 80 to 200 in the minute, in the first exercise of riding, an increase which, for the time, more than doubles the amount of work done, a very serious fact when we remember that the extreme natural motion of the heart allows it to perform a task equal to raising not less than 122 foot-tons in the course of 24 hours, that is to say, over 5 foot-tons an hour. In the young we may apply the same argument to the heart as we have done to the skeleton. The heart is undergoing its development, and it is an organ which cannot without danger be whipped on beyond its natural pace. What occurs with it under such circumstances is that it grows larger than it ought to grow, that it works out of harmony with the rest of the body, and is then most easily agitated by influences and impressions acting upon it through the mind. I have many times seen this truth illustrated too plainly, and I doubt whether in the young, after extreme exercise, such as that which arises from a prolonged race, the heart ever comes down to its natural beat for a period of less than 3 days devoted to repose. In the young, excessive riding affects unfavorably the muscles of the body generally, as well as the heart, which is itself a muscle. Properly, the muscles go through stages of development just as the skeleton does, and to attain a truly good muscular form, all the great groups of muscles ought to be evenly and systematically exercised. But cycling does not do that. It develops one set of muscles at the expense of the other. It does not develop the chest muscles properly. It does not develop the arm muscles properly. It does not develop the abdominal muscles properly. It does not essentially develop the muscles of the back. But it does develop the muscles of the lower limbs, and that out of proportion to all the rest. I have a picture in my mind's eye, at this moment, of a youth who, when stripped, was actually deformed by the disproportionate size of the muscles of the calf of the leg, and of the forepart of the thigh, an effect which unbalanced the body as a whole and greatly impaired it for good healthy action. Lastly, in the young, cycling often tells unfavorably on the nervous function. The brain and nervous system, like skeleton and muscle, have to be slowly nurtured up to maturity, and if they be called upon to do too much while they are in the immature state, if the senses of sight and hearing and touch have to be too much exercised, even though by such exercise danger from collisions may be skillfully averted, perhaps to the admiration of lookers on, there is a tax put upon those organs which makes them prematurely old and unfitted for the more delicate tasks that have afterwards to be performed. There are two classes of dangers arising out of overstrain in cycling. The first may be called the extreme, the second the moderate danger. I will take the extreme first. This is shown in those remarkable athletes who enter into competitions such as have never before been dreamed of in the history of the world. The results of such competitions have as yet excited comparatively little notice among men who are specially skilled in estimating their importance, but they convey the strangest intelligence as to the physical capabilities of man. They show that men have been found able to travel, by virtue of their own bodily energy, 400 miles at one effort. They show also that men can be trained to perform this effort without sleep, and that the body can be kept using itself up, as it were, for the long period of 40 hours. Sleep, which the poet tells us, knits up the ravelled sleeve of care, is the balm of hurt minds, the chief nourisher in life's feast, sleep, which is the very harbinger of health, is here set aside, with the result of a victory absolutely purposeless at the expense of the whole body. There has not been, as far as I can ascertain, a single example of a feat of this kind being accomplished without direct and immediate sign of injury. Finally, when the labor is done, there is a period of recovery which lasts for many hours, and is in itself an ordeal such as the strongest nature ought never to be subjected to. The result is that these victims of extreme competition last but a few years in the ordinary condition of health and strength. In this criticism is included a summary of the objection which has to be made to record breaking, a kind of absurd effort, the end of which it is very difficult to foresee, for, unfortunately, it may be urged with apparent plausibility that it is good as practice. The enthusiastic cyclists tell us that it is through record-breaking that all the great advances have been made. Record-breaking, they say, depends upon improvements which take place, not simply in the work of the riders or in those who compete, but also in the development of the machine itself. It has been found, for example, that the lightening of the machine, the reduction of its weight down even to 20 or 30 pounds, has been one of the great achievements. A man put more work originally into a machine weighing, say, 120 pounds, while doing 10 or 15 miles an hour, than is now put forth on a light machine doing over 20 miles an hour. There is a great deal of truth in this statement, and I fully admit that the record breakers have done service in making cycling, as an art, a remarkable exhibition of human skill and endurance. I have suggested for many years past that the end of these efforts will be a transition to the domain of flight, and that a good flying machine will ultimately come out of the cycle. The cycle, in fact, will develop into the flying machine through the intervention of wings, which will be workable by the power of the individual alone, or aided by some very light motor. It is, therefore, with great reluctance that I protest against the overstrain which I have seen. It is a kind of self-martyrdom, to which we may conscientiously give admiration and support. The second effect of overstrain is rather a forced than a voluntary martyrdom. Those who suffer from it are mostly young persons, often mere boys, who are made to ply the machine, probably heavily loaded, in commercial duties and business. It is astonishing in this metropolis of London what an amount of work a youth can be trained to do. He can really do the work of a horse, owing to the quantity and weight of goods he can distribute, and the rapidity with which he can get through his task. There is a little ambition about it also, for the young people often like the exercise and are proud of showing off their skill and energy, while their employers, apprehending no evil from it, let them do as much as ever they can. The result is a greatly expedited circulation in these young laborers, and an extreme tension of the heart and arteries, these organs being as yet immature and easily overexpanded under undue pressure. The effects are not immediate, but they lead to enlargement or hypertrophy of the heart, and to those derangements of the blood vessels which follow upon dilation of the arterial circuit. Afterwards, when the maturity is completed and the organs of the body cease to develop, there is a disproportion between the vascular system and the other parts of the body, which means general irregularity of function, a powerful left heart pulsating into a feeble body, and a powerful right heart pulsating into the lungs. The effect must, of necessity, be injurious, and the fact is too well demonstrated in practice. I have seen this enlargement and overaction in so many instances, I am convinced that when it is more correctly and widely understood, it will be recognized that cycling is one of the causes of disease from occupation, and that some public steps will have to be taken to limit the danger. But the danger is not always connected with occupation. Many well-to-do young persons of both sexes, by the enthusiasm and competitive work they throw into the exercise, become affected in a similar manner, and have to be restrained, when that is possible, from too great an indulgence in the pursuit. In noticing these evils, I have proceeded at once to the most important central evil, that which applies to the heart and circulation from overstrain. But there are other phenomena I must not let pass. There is often developed in the cyclist a general vibratory condition of the body, which is mischievous, and is shown in various acts of movement and thought. There are certain unconscious or semi-conscious movements of the body which become sensible to the subject himself at particular moments when great steadiness is called for, as, for instance, when sitting for a photograph. There is also shown an over-desire for rapidity of motion, as if it were necessary at every moment to overcome time and curtail distance by labor of an extreme degree. Lastly, there is developed a kind of intoxication of movement, which grows on the mind by what it feeds on and keeps the heart under the impression that it is always requiring the stimulation of the exercise. These sensations, it will be said, are entirely nervous, and under a correct interpretation of the word, I perfectly admit that they are so. It is improper, at the same time, to consider that a persistent sensation, or series of sensations, should be disregarded altogether because they are what is called nervous. A repetition of nervous phenomena produces, in a short time, a habit that is strengthened by craving or desire, like the desire for alcohol and other stimulants when the need is felt of whipping the heart into a greater state of activity. I have long been of opinion that all cravings and impulses, indeed, spring from the heart as from their center or magazine, and not from an independent brain, as if, in short, the heart were the mind center of motive desire and action. There are some further symptoms observable in many developed men and women who indulge in cycling, and which, though they may be minor in degree, should not be neglected. In all long tours carried out by cyclists, we meet with these minor developments, and I candidly confess that, prudent as I have been in my excursions, I have experienced the symptoms myself. You are out on a bright day skimming along the roads, with everything in favor of the exercise. You have gained your wind. That is to say, your breathing and circulation are going together in harmony. You have lost the sensation of strain in the front muscles of the thigh. Your spirits are exhilarated as you pass along. You do not indulge in spurts, but keep steadily at your work, and as the day begins to close, you are going so merrily that you actually regret that the journey has come to an end. You dismount for the night. You take, perhaps, a fair supper. You luxuriate in a bath, and you go to bed. But when you get into bed, a most provoking thing occurs. You do not sleep. You are kept awake by a constant restlessness of the muscles. The muscles of the lower limbs will not be quiet. They start you up in twitches, and if you look at the muscles, especially the muscles in the calves of the legs, you will see that they are in motion, although you may not feel them. I remember an instance in which the observance of these muscular twitchings created actual alarm to the rider, and I myself counted no less than 60 of them within the minute. They are muscular motions arising from an over-irritable condition excited by the riding. They may extend even to the muscles of the thighs, and they always produce a restless night. Toward the morning the muscles become more composed, and a heavy sleep follows, with a weary waking as if the body were as tired on rising as it was on going to bed. Presently, when the muscles are again exercised, the weariness passes away, and a repetition of the cycling effort actually, after a time, appears to bring more relief, so that you cycle with the greatest freedom. The continued exercise is, however, no real cure. The phenomena are repeated, and cycling becomes at last a very wearisome pursuit. I have known actual breakdowns from this distressing cause, and I warn all cyclists, but especially those who have attained middle age, to moderate their enthusiasm whenever they find that the motion of cycling long continued produces muscular restlessness and impaired sleep. The question has often been put to me whether dangers not as yet referred to are induced or increased by the efforts of cycling. Does hernia or rupture occur through cycling? I can say fairly I have never known it. Does enlargement of the veins increase through cycling? I can say fairly I have never known it. On the contrary, I have, I think, seen a reduction of venous enlargement under the exercise. Does congestion of the brain ever occur, with giddiness or other symptoms referable to the head? I confess I have never known it, and I do not recall an example in which, owing to symptoms immediately induced, any rider has felt it necessary to dismount from the machine. But there are two things which I have witnessed, and which I would like finally to record. I have known persons of lymphatic and gouty tendency who have taken to cycling and have felt at first great good from it. They have become warm advocates of the pastime, and, indulging in it extremely, have suffered from their extreme devotion to it. I have observed that certain of these have become depressed, have lost tone, and have been obliged peremptorily to give up the sport they were so fond of. I have also known amongst the gouty a peculiar kind of gout induced by the exercise, and thereupon a dislike to it, a result which is rather unfortunate, as well as unnecessary, because the injury has been brought about by overdoing the thing, and by turning what would be useful into an injurious practice. In conclusion, though, as I have said, severe head symptoms from cycling are unusual, it is within the range of my experience to have known general injury in nervous subjects brought on by a too great stress of observation in riding, such as is induced by the fear of collision in crowded thoroughfares, too rapid a motion in descending hills, or too severe a trial in overcoming obstacles that caused the danger of a fall. I have even known young people, not bad riders, injured by too great trespass on nervous power, and I certainly would advise all timid writers to avoid tempting Providence too far in trying to show off their ability as against their better trained and cooler companions. End of What to Avoid in Cycling by Sir Benjamin Ward Richardson.
William Kilburn, 1745-1818, and copyright for artists' original designs. A biographical sketch from the Gentleman's Magazine, London, March 1832, by J. H. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A letter addressed to the editor of the Gentleman's Magazine. Dublin, March 6th. Mr. Urban, in the life of William Curtis the botanist, published in your magazine, August 1799, it is mentioned, quote, that in 1772 he commenced his great work, the Flora Londinensis, having had the good fortune to meet with an artist of uncommon talent in Mr. Kilburn. End quote. I have seen no memoir of Mr. Kilburn, who has been dead some years, and when a man like him disappears from the world, by whose genius, talents, or industry the arts, sciences, or manufactures have been improved, it may not be deemed uninteresting to rescue the incidents of his life from that oblivion in which those of the generality of mankind are buried. William Kilburn was born in Capel Street, Dublin, 1745. His father, Samuel Kilburn, was an architect of some eminence, and married Sarah Johnston, niece to General Johnston of Tyrone. His uncle, Sinclair Kilburn, was a Presbyterian clergyman, and reared his only son, Sinclair Kilburn, to his profession. This son was afterwards a very eloquent and popular preacher, published a treatise on theology and a volume of sermons, but having unfortunately early imbibed Republican principles, he became a leader of the United Irishmen, and during the suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act of 1798 was arrested at Belfast by order of government, conveyed to Dublin, and imprisoned in Kilmainham jail, where from long confinement he lost the use of his limbs and died shortly after his liberation. William Kilburn, the subject of this memoir, was also an only son, and very early exhibited his genius for drawing. This, and the wish to have him in the country, as his health appeared delicate, determined his parents to place him apprentice with Mr. John Lisson, an Englishman, who had established a calico printing factory at Leixlip, near Dublin. Here he quickly learned the different branches of that ingenious art, but attached himself to drawing and engraving, those being more congenial to the bent of his genius. Few lives are more marked than his with unceasing industry and application. During the summer he rose at 4, and occupied his leisure hours in drawing patterns for paper stainers, which, with his master's leave, he sold. The produce gave him pocket money, and enabled him to purchase a pony, on which he rode to Dublin on Saturday, and passed every Sunday with his mother and sister. He had acquired an amazing readiness of pencil, so that if a new pattern caught his eye in passing through Dublin, he would take out his pocket-book and have it for his master on his return. He always spoke gratefully of the kind attention paid him by Mr. and Mrs. Lisson during his apprenticeship, at the expiration of which he found himself alone with his mother and sister. His father, who had speculated largely in building, became embarrassed in his circumstances, and died. Only a small property settled on his mother remained. This probably determined him to visit London, the great mart for genius. Here he obtained a ready sale for his drawings amongst the calico printers. He also drew and engraved flowers from nature, in which he ever delighted, for the print shops, and this led to his acquaintance with Mr. Curtis, and concern in the Flora Londinensis. When he had entered into this engagement, he returned to Ireland, and brought over his mother and sister, took a small house in Page's Walk, Bermondsey, with a garden and greenhouse, and there occupied himself from sunrise to sunset in drawing and engraving the plants for that work which reflects so much credit on English science. Soon after the completion of the Flora Londinensis, he received a proposal from Mr. Newton to undertake the management of a calico printing factory at Wallington, near London, for which he was to have a share of the profits without advancing capital. To this he agreed, and they were so successful that at the end of 7 years he was enabled to purchase the concern, and became sole proprietor. He now rose rapidly in wealth, and was soon the most eminent calico printer in England, having brought the art to a pitch of perfection never since equalled. He gave the highest wages to his workmen, some of whom came from the Continent, and gave annual premiums for the best designs. His pieces of muslin chintzes sold for a guinea per yard, and he had the honour of presenting one of them, the seaweed pattern designed by himself, to Her Majesty Queen Charlotte. Finding that his patterns were pirated in Manchester, he applied for a bill, which was brought into the House of Commons by his countryman and neighbour, the Right Honourable Edmund Burke, to secure to calico printers the copyright of original designs. Mr. Kilburn married the eldest daughter of Thomas Brown, Esquire, an East India director, a most amiable woman who survives him, and by whom he had several children. In the relative duties of son and brother, husband and father, his conduct was most exemplary, as a true believing Christian and moral man. Though he had been a delicate child, he enjoyed excellent health until a few months before his death, when, feeling indisposed, he repaired to Brighton, and, not getting better, he returned to Wallington and calmly resigned his soul to his Maker, December 23rd, 1818, in the 73rd year of his age. The poorer inhabitants of the neighbourhood, by whom he was much lamented, followed him bareheaded to the grave. Mr. Kilburn was above 6 feet in height, thin but well proportioned, and perfectly straight to the last. The pencil in his long fingers appeared scarcely to touch the paper when drawing, so much had he acquired of grace and freedom. The flowers that he engraved about the time he became acquainted with Mr. Curtis are now sought for by connoisseurs, being so true to nature, and I have before me his engraving of a dead canary on a marble slab with wreaths of flowers, which, even in this advanced stage of the arts, would rival many of the bijoux that adorn our modern annuals. Being most domestic in his habits, and constantly occupied, he was never able to visit Ireland after he had settled at Wallington. But every Irishman that was introduced found an hospitable reception at his table. He prided in his country, of which he may be justly said to have been an ornament. J.H. End of William Kilburn, 1745-1818, and copyright for artists' original designs. A biographical sketch from the Gentleman's Magazine, London, March 1832, by J.H. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
The Woman Thou Gavest Me, an essay by William Cowper Brann, published in The Complete Works of Brann the Iconoclast, 1919. Now that the clarion voice of the reformer is heard in the land, demanding for woman all the rights and privileges enjoyed by the sterner sex, perhaps it would be well to ask the fair client to come into court and establish that natural equality so vigorously claimed for her, as well as the fact, if fact it be, that she is being wronged and cruelly oppressed by the tyrant man. Is it possible that the dear creature has for some thousands of years been robbed of her birthright and relegated to an inferior position in matters mundane, simply because her biceps are not so large as those of her big brother, and she has no warlike whiskers? As her attorneys in the suit to try title to this world's wardship clamor for truth without trimmings, and rest their case upon principles of justice, untainted by prescription or premunire, suppose we grant their prayer, and proceed to the consideration of their cause, unhandicapped by chivalric sentiment. That the greater intelligence should control the lesser must be conceded. To deny it would be to deny man's right to the life and labor of inferior animals, to question God's authority to govern man or beast. If the experience of several thousand years may be admitted in evidence, the subserviency of the minor to the major intelligence is an immutable law of nature. Only equal minds can be accorded equal authority without doing violence to this law. Is woman man's intellectual peer, entitled to share equally with him the wardship of this world? The simple fact that for thousands of years man has been able to hold her in that state of subjection of which her attorneys so bitterly complain is sufficient answer to this question, is proof positive that he is as much her superior mentally as physically. This sounds unchivalrous, but she will please remember that her attorneys insist that this cause be tried solely upon its merits. Brute force does not rule the world. If it did, the lion or the elephant would be creation's lord, and the Ethiop and the red Indian drive the Caucasian into the waste places of the earth, or reduce him to slavery. Knowledge is power. Brain, not brawn, is master throughout the world. Had all Eve's fair daughters been blessed with more than masculine strength, their position would have been practically the same. They would have sung lullabies to the little ones, adorned themselves, and dreamed of love and love's conquests, while their brothers founded empires, subdued the forces of nature, and measured the stars. And both sexes would have been well content, as they have ever been, despite the protests of self-constituted reformers of the order established by the infinite. Man is creation's lord, de facto and de jure. The immutable laws of nature make his sovereignty both a privilege and a duty. The voice of prophecy proclaims him king. He wears his crown by divine ordination and right of conquest. Woman was created to be an helpmeet unto man, not his co-ruler. It matters not whether Genesis be fact or fiction, that such was her destiny she has proven by fulfilling it. Whatever rights and privileges she enjoys must be man's free gift. Man asserts his position, woman can but ask to share the fruits of his victories. These he can divide with her, but he could not, if he would, share with her his sovereignty, his power, because he cannot endow her with his judgment, his mental vigor, his courage and enterprise. Whether he wills it or not, man must perforce remain the master of the world, God's sole vice-regent on this earth. In very few civilized countries does man manifest much opposition to the enfranchisement of women. Many favor it heartily, and those who object do so chiefly on the ground that woman does not want it. Let a majority of the women in any state of the American Union ask enfranchisement, and it will be accorded them. Let them unite in demanding any particular legislation, and it will be enacted. Let them ask any possible thing whatsoever of their husbands and brothers, and it will not be denied them. Woman does not demand the ballot because her interest centers in her home rather than her country, because she shrinks from responsibility, because she knows that she may safely trust her destiny to those who would die for her. Paradoxical as it may appear, woman is at once the subject and the sovereign of man, his inferior and superior, mentally and physically. His inferior in strength, she is his superior in beauty. Woman is the paragon of physical perfection. It is small wonder that the simple people of bygone days believed that gods and angels became enamored of the daughters of men and left heaven to bask in their sunny smiles. The mental differences of the sexes correlate with the physical. Woman's mind is not so comprehensive, her intellect not so strong as that of man, but it is of a finer texture. What it lacks in vigor, it gains in subtlety. If the mind of man is a coreless engine throbbing with resistless strength and energy, that of woman is a Geneva watch, by which the mightier machine is regulated. Occasionally, a woman enters the field of masculine endeavor and keeps pace with the strongest, but such cases are rare exceptions. The women who have really taken high rank in art and literature may be counted on the fingers of one hand, and those who have achieved anything remarkable in the field of invention, science, or government upon the fingers of the other. It is not good that man should be alone, and it would not be did he, like Cadmus' soldiers, spring full-grown from the earth. Man is the brain, woman the heart of the human race. She is the color and fragrance of the flower, the bright bow in the black o'erhanging firmament of life, the sweet chord that makes complete the human diapason. If woman is kept in a state of subjection, as those who are trying to drag her into court and force her to fill the bill of grievances against her companion assert, she is certainly the proudest of earthly subjects. If she is a slave, she is bound with chains of her own forging and wears them because she wills it. In obeying, she rules. In serving, she leads, captive her captor. Really, she is the autocrat of earth, the power behind the throne, the ruler of those who rule. In all life's battles, woman's love is man's chief incentive, his greatest guerdon of victory. For woman, he bares his bosom to every peril, braves every danger. It is for her that he subdues the elements and searches out the hidden treasures of earth, for her that he measures the stars and determines the procession of the planets, for her that he fills the world with art and luxury, for her that he is a creative god rather than a destructive demon. Woman is with us, but not of us. She is in very truth but little lower than the angels, and we should not drag her down to our level under pretense of lifting her to greater heights. Give to her every possible advantage, open to her every calling and profession that she cares to enter, accord her all she asks, not grudgingly, but cheerfully, but do not force upon her rights she does not want, duties she would shun, and which that beneficent God, who gave her to us to civilize and humanize us, destined for our own strong hands. End of The Woman Thou Gavest Me by William Cowper Brann. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in March 2019.